everybody. I hope you are doing well today. Looks like we get to start off with the two-color theorem. That is fewer colors than are usually in my theorems, but two-color theorem by Blobz, Ms. Blobz, FullDeck, and missing a few cards. So all excellent people. By the way, yesterday we posted a video of a solve by ranks of one of my puzzles, Ladder, that I would encourage you to go have a look at if you have not before. In terms of my plan for today, I plan to solve this puzzle, and we set a puzzle on stream 2 streams ago that I said I was going to go test, but I haven't. And so what I think I actually want to do is test that puzzle on stream, because I realize I don't think I've ever actually tested a puzzle on stream before. So I want to have a look at it and see whether we like it or hate it or somewhere in between. Because I wasn't quite sure how I was going to feel about it come testing day. It did definitely inspire me to have other setting ideas, so possibly after that we might explore those or do something else. We'll see. But that is my sort of rough plan. But to start with, we're starting with the most voted on puzzle. So the most voted on puzzle is this one, as I noted. And so the people who support at the windmill level and up get to see the list of puzzles that we might do, which is very, 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 very long. And vote on whichever ones they want to see most. So basically they get to sway towards their favorites. So the voters for this puzzle are Screaming Ice Cube, David, Russ, David, Luda, Doomediot, and Paulfly. So thank you all for your support, and I hope you enjoy this mightily. Okay, so we have normal Sudoku rules. Good. We need to shade cells using 2 colors, such that each color forms an orthogonally connected region and no 2x2 area is a single color. So this is standard yin-yang rules, so I will probably use something like purple and yellow. And so first rule of Purple-Yellow Club is don't make a 2x2 of purple or a 2x2 of yellow. But additionally, all the yellows have to connect to each other in some way or another. And so maybe you'll end up with something weird like this. Who knows? But we can look at that. But the reason I wanted to sort of go over this in slightly more detail is because it's only 2 rules, but it has sort of a bonus rule. Or a bonus pair of rules, actually, which are sort of consequences of this, but they're consequences of this you might not think because they both involve the global fact that it's connected, but they have local consequences, to phrase this in an excessively mathy way. And so one of the consequences of the rules is that the border can have only 1 color of stuff. That's fine. However, if the border has 2 colors of stuff, then those 2 colors of stuff have to always be in connected groups. So basically, this is fine, but you can never actually do something like this. Like, this is incompletable. And the reason why is not that hard to see if someone tells it to you, I think. Which is that if I connect the yellow to the yellow, which I would have to if I finished this, I can't do that without making it impossible to connect the purple to the purple. Okay. And likewise, if I connect the purple to the purple, I can't do that without making it impossible to connect the yellow to the yellow. Okay, so that's the first rule. The other one that is worth emphasizing is that you actually can't do this either. So you can never have a checkerboard. So this is a super local arrangement that you can never have. And the reason for that is actually basically the same reason, which is that I would need to connect the yellow to the yellow, and I can't possibly connect the yellow to the yellow without making it impossible to connect the purple to the purple, which is maybe slightly harder to provide a rigorous proof of than the previous one. I think it's like some sort of like discrete Jordan curve theorem is I think basically what you're doing if you provide a rigorous proof of this. But basically, I just treat basically these two things as being additional rules of yin yang that are unstated, but that follow from it. Okay. Next up, we have digits in caged cells indicate how many cells of the same color are seen orthogonally from that position, including itself. The other color blocks vision. So actually, this is like a cave clue, I guess. So basically, if we do something like that with these being purple, I think what it's telling me is that this digit is a 6, is what it is telling me. Okay, and box borders divide blue lines into segments with the same sum. Along lines, colors must change at box boundaries and may not change within the box. The intersecting line at row 3, 4, oh, there we go. Continue straight and do not branch. Okay, yeah, so basically it's just telling you, interpret this in the only plausibly reasonable way that you could interpret this. Oh, was it 7? I thought I had this, which is actually 6. Note it's 4 plus 3 minus 1, because you don't count this cell twice. You only count it once. But it is a slightly confusing bit. Okay, so basically, these two are different colors, and these two are different colors, but these two are the same color. That kind of thing. These are all one color. These are all one color. There's lots of places we could start, I suppose. Let's see. But we sort of like, once we start the coloring, I'm hesitating slightly about starting the coloring because I could start the coloring basically anywhere. And then, but once I start it, I basically have to continue from there. And so that is how this works. I also thought that, D-Web, but I don't think it's true. I convinced myself of that, and then I convinced myself it was false. Okay, so I'm going to start here, actually. I'm going to say these are yellow and these are purple. Okay. And so I guess it doesn't quite immediately follow. I was thinking, oh, if this is I was thinking I get a problem if there's a 2x2, but actually I think I could maybe possibly do this and it might be okay. And so I can probably come up with a reason why that doesn't work, but I basically started this exactly to make the purple by 2x2 argument, but I don't think it's true unless I'm willing to make deeper arguments. Okay, so Garion has a smart observation, which is that these two squares can't both be 9. They have to be different colors. And so if they were this, well, they don't have to be different colors, but it can't be the case that all of these cells are yellow. So there has to be a break over here in this row somewhere. So somewhere in this row, there is a purple. Now, I don't think that means this is purple because I, again, think we could do the same thing where we do that. Oh, we can't because of these two. I see. Okay, so somewhere in this row, there's a break, and somewhere around this mess, there's a break. So I think that is, I think it's these two plus these two that are relevant. David, there has to be a break in row 9 because if there's not, these two squares are both 9. And if there's not a break somewhere in this whole mess, these two squares are both 9 and they're in the same box. So, so that means there's a break in here. And there's a break in here. And so in particular, there's a break in here. That means all of this is purple, right? Because there's exactly one break in here. So by the time I get there, that all has to be purple. And so I can fill in some stuff along the region sum lines using the region sum line rule. That's going to be purple because I have to avoid a 2 by 2. That's going to be yellow because I have to avoid a 2 by 2, which is going to force all of that as well as that. And now I think the puzzle's broken. Oh, no, it's not broken. Sorry, it's not broken. It's good. That is purple. What? I miscolored row 1? Oh, yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you. I miscolored. Yeah, this is supposed to be yellow on one side and purple on the other. So this is yellow, and that's yellow, and that's purple. So we've got all of that. Now, these have to be purple because if these are yellow, my yellows aren't connected. Now, looking at this, okay, this is certainly an 8 or a 9, just for what it's worth. There aren't any lines in row 9, Emma. This can't be purple. That's the point. This can't be purple because this is yellow. And so that it's not the case that the two cages have to be different colors. That's not what we proved. What we proved is the bottom line isn't all yellow. So these have to be yellow, though, because they're the same color. And if it were purple, it would be a 2 by 2. So that's purple. Okay, now, again, that forces all of this to be purple, which makes that yellow. And does get us a digit, because it gets us that this is a 9. And so we can bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We have to connect the yellow here. So that makes this digit a 4 just by connecting yellow. That's yellow because of the avoiding a 2 by 2. And now these need to be yellow because the yellow is connected. Let's see. This is a 2. Oops. Just by counting. And by virtue of the fact that this is a 2, actually, that means the maximum sum of these two is 9. Or sorry, is 11, which means these digits can't be too large, at least. I have been convinced, by the way, that because this cell can't be yellow anymore. Because if this was yellow by connectedness, we would force all of row 9 to be yellow, because we've gotten additional information since then. These two are opposite colors. Sure, why not? Oh, this digit just is a 3 because we can count. This digit's at least a 5. Interesting-ishly. Oh, this digit's a 9, speaking of digits that we know. Okay, so that's a 9. So there is a 9 in here. Oh, the 9 is actually placed. It can only go here. Because if I place the 9 along here, what on earth am I placing there? Nothing. And so by Sudoku, the 9 actually goes there, which actually means we can catch up these two digits. So whatever this digit is, it's the same as that one. It's certainly at least a 4. I don't know. Oh, it's at least a 5, actually, because there's a 4 in the row. So this is just 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure. David is pointing out I can't not put a 1 on this line. I feel like I probably phrased that badly, but there needs to be a 1 in here because if there's not, the 2, 3, and 4 are already gone, so this will sum to a minimum of 11 at 5 and 6. So one of these digits is a 1, which now probably forces there to be a 2 up here, because now this actually sums to at most 10, actually. And so if I don't have a 1, I need to use a 2, because the absolute minimum this can sum to now is 2, 3, 4, which is 9. So I actually need both a 2 and a 3 up here. Or this sums to too much. If I use a 2, 4, 5, that's already too big, owing to that 9. So there is a 2 over down here somewhere. There's a 3 in one of these two cells. It's probably not in that one, but maybe it is. Who knows? It would make those 1, 2. I do know that these digits have to be pretty big, at least. Like the bare minimum these digits can be is 5. Owing to the fact that the sum here is red plus 9, and red is at least that. So I can certainly fill in that these digits are big. So this one's certainly going to see another yellow, but I don't know if that other yellow is there or there yet. And likewise, that one's certainly going to see another yellow, but who knows whether it is there or that. Let's see, and this has the same sum as that, is kind of interesting. I do know that this number is also at least 5. I'm going to fill that in just so that I can remember that this number is big. Oh, I see David was pointing out the same thing. So that means the 2 is in one of these 2 cells. Sure. I keep trying to make something out of the fact that these 2 are different colors. And what I honestly keep trying to do is try and make that, try and use that to use some sort of checkerboard deduction. But spoiler, if these 2 are different colors, there's never a checkerboard because that's not how checkerboards work. Oh yeah, we do know this is 7, 8. That's a good point from Todd because we know that the minimum sum here is 9 and the maximum sum is 10. So this is always a 7 or an 8. Let's see. Yeah, the lines are definitely stealing our checkerboards. I agree. Okay, and I actually know that these are from 2, 3, 4, 5 if I just want to go ahead and write that in. Oh, so this digit's never very... Oh, this digit can be large if this is a 2, 3, 5. If this is a 2, 3, 4, then this digit's only ever a 3 or a 4 because you need to put the 3 and the 4 in this box. If this is a 2, 3, 5, however, we allow the possibility that this is 5, in which case then this digit can still be basically anything. That's an interesting piece of stuff to keep in mind. Let's see. Multiple people in chat are saying no. I don't understand why, though. Oh, right. Red circle sees this number. I see. So, okay. So, because of ketchup, right. So these digits go in this box, and we explicitly know that they're not ketchup. That's actually really clever. So the 3, 4, 5s go here. It's the only place for them to go because again, the 3, 4, 5s from this go in these 2 cells. So these are only from 3, 4, 5, which actually means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. They're quite minuscule as digits go. Yes, the magic of ketchup. I thought that was going to be more interesting than I think it was, actually. Okay, if there is a 5, I guess that means that that digit's a 5. If there's a 3, 4, then I've taken care of my 3 4s. Garion has a cute spot about this cell, which is that this cell can't actually be yellow. Because if it is, it obligates that this cell is purple to avoid a 2x2, and that means that it sees the same number of yellow cells in this, because both only see the yellow cells in this column. So this is in fact purple, which means I think I probably made a completely unnecessary deduction about the Sudoku thing, which is a little sad because I really liked the deduction about the Sudoku thing using the red circle. But ultimately, I think it was unnecessary because I think the real point here was just that. And so these are 1, 2. That is yellow to avoid a 2x2, of course. Okay, and this number now has to be at least 4, actually. And so that makes both of those purple to make this number at least 4. And this number is at least 4 and at most 6. Because it sees 1, 2, 3 is what I'm using. Okay. This yellow also has to grow by at least 1 for it to get to the number that it wants to be when it grows up. Oh, plus it must escape, right? It must escape is actually maybe even better because it has to go there, which makes that purple by my line rule. And so now this is actually no longer 5. This is now genuinely at least 6. And it can't be... There's one number it can't be because if this is yellow, that's yellow as well. So it's either exactly 6 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 8. So it's never 7 or 9 because of that. Let's see. Oh, and now this cell is now under the same pressure because now it's currently seeing 4 and it needs to get to at least 5. But as soon as it gets to at least 5, it's actually now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at least 6. And so this cell now has to be yellow because if it's purple, now this number is a 9 and it can't be. So that number is yellow. Oh, I guess also this yellow had to get out would have been the easier argument, that this yellow has to get out. But either way does it. I like that there's a fair amount of looseness built into the solve path because I think we've found multiple ways of arguing a lot of things. I wonder if we were not supposed to notice this. I kind of feel like we were maybe not supposed to notice this. I think that probably... I'm guessing Garion broke the solve path. It seemed reasonable to me, though. It didn't seem ridiculous of a deduction. But I suspect we... Just based on how that all flowed, I think we probably screwed this up. Or not screwed it up, but I think we probably ended up not the way we were supposed to. Anyway, these sum to 15, and so this needs to be a 7 or a 9 in order to add to 15 with a 6 or an 8. Let's see. It didn't feel weird. It didn't feel weird at the time at all to me. However, what happened afterwards felt weird to me. Let's see. Okay, there's a 6 up here somewhere. Sure is. Oh, I can count this number, and that's pretty good because it's a 4, which makes that a 5. Makes that a 5, which now means that these sum to 10, so that makes that an 8, which makes that a 6 and that a 9. This has increased, so now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so we need to get at least to 7. So those are always purple. Uh, we can't have a 6 here anymore because these would need to have a second 5. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. Let's see. If I just fill in what's left in this row, we've got a 1, of course. We've got the 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this just is a 5. Because I need to put a 5 in the row somewhere. I had actually previously noted that if this was a 5, that was a 5, but I hadn't actually fully compartmentalized it, apparently. 3, 4, 5, 6, this is a 7. So that's 1, 7, and that's an 8. Which seems to make that a 7, which means that the yellow continues, which it has to, again, by connectedness. Because if this had been, we could have done this exactly the opposite direction. If this had been purple, then this yellow would be disconnected. So in fact, actually, we can sort of yellow out like that. So we could do that either direction. Let's see. This cell is at least 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at least 6, and it can only be 6 or 8. That digit has been pointed out is 8, and that digit is 8. Let's see. Okay, well, there's a 1 in here that's not there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that one's not a 1. Just to finish this off, and these are a pair, which consist of 1 and 2, actually. Okay, so this sum is never very big. It's either 8 or 9. Funnily enough, if this is a 1, this is also 1, 7. Because this becomes a 2, which blocks the other way of doing this. If this is a 2, then I have lots of options, because this can be basically anything at that point. Okay, this cell can't be yellow because it would make this digit a 6. Is the point, and that digit can't be a 6. So that digit, in fact, is a 4. Hey, ABJ. Oh, and in fact, this yellow, I could have also... Oh, this yellow has to get out now because of connectedness, is all I'm really going to say, I think. This digit could be a 2, I suppose. Let's see. Oh, I'm being informed by Jim that I can count, as well as Garion, that I can also count that. Good. Counting is good. That does tell me one of these two cells is 4, but I am not particularly motivated to mark that, I don't think. This digit is at least 3. See, Dorlier says this number is known because it being 8 would break the region sum line, because I know these two are the same color. And so these two are the same color, and so it's not possible that this is 8, is Dorlier's point. So it can only be 6, which makes that yellow. So now this number is at least 4. And if it's not exactly 4, then it's not 5 or 6 either, so it's 7 or 9. Those are the only options left for this. One of these two is for sure purple. Seems to me like this is fine. Either which way it wants to go. This digit is at least 4, but it can't be 4, actually, because it sees a 4 by Sudoku, and it can't be 5 either. So actually, this number is 6, 7, or 9, just by Sudoku. I'm trying to decide if that forces a particular one of these to be yellow. I don't think so, because this could be purple, and then the yellow could go straight across, and would probably be okay. Oh, right. It's certainly not 9 because of the region sum line, right? We know the region sum line sums to at most 9. So that actually is much more useful than I thought it was. Because now we actually know that we're summing to a number that's at most 9. So this number can't be bigger than 3. So that seems useful to observe. Okay. Okay, and so now, if that's yellow, does this become too big? No, it just becomes a 6. And of course, these can't both be yellow for multiple reasons. If this is yellow, don't we get a 2 by 2? I don't immediately see how we get a 2 by 2. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't see it. I do know one of these two is 6, just by Sudoku. I feel like if this is 7, I can provide an ugly proof that that would make a 2 by 2, but I don't really want to. Let's see. Yes, this cell can't be purple. There we go. Okay, Martin has found the step I like. This cell can't be purple because if this cell is purple, it's the same digit as that one. There we go. That is the clean deduction. And so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now we are at 6-ish. Okay, and so now this is a 2, which is going to resolve everything. Because now that's a 1 and a 2, and now that's a 3 and a 6, and that's a 2 and a 1 is the only way that all works out. And because that's a 6, that makes that cell purple, which makes that cell yellow, which makes these cells purple, which means at least this cell is yellow, because if it was purple, we would get a 2 by 2. And now this digit, which was always a 4, 7, or 9, is now at least 6. So it is a 7 or a 9, but the fact that it's a 7 or a 9 tells me this cell is also yellow, because if it's not yellow, then this number is in fact stuck at 6. So this makes it 7, and if these two are both yellow, that makes it 9. Okay, this is not a 2 up here. Okay, what is the most this could be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the most this could be. So this is at most 5. It's also at least 3, and it's not 4. So this digit can only be 3 or 5, if I am counting correctly. So basically that's just saying these two are the same color, I suppose. I probably should fill in what these digits are. So we've got a 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and I know that one's not a 2 for sure. This one could be a 2. However, I can actually figure out the maximum this can be is actually not that large, because we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Note if this goes as high as 6, then I create a 2 by 2. So this is not a 7 or a 9, actually. It's only a 2 or a 4. I feel like that was probably not actually a useful exercise in the end. I mean, I didn't know it wasn't going to be useful, but I think it turned out that was not at all useful. Let's see. Garion suggests that I should mark these to see that that's a 5 and that's a 7. I will oblige. I do know one of these two is 4. I do know there's a 5 on this line, so I have weird roping considerations to make that basically, if one of the two digits here goes here as well, both of them do. In which case, these would be 1, 5, 8. So I guess the question is basically, is this a 1, 8 pair? Because this is either a 1, 8 pair, or the 1, 8 go over here, and this is a separate sum to something. I guess I could figure out what it would be a sum to using math if I wanted. That sounds incredibly tedious. I don't know that I want to do it. If this is a 1-8 pair, I do see it does Sudoku things to the 2-4. Oh, I see. Okay. Tallcat has a gross way of seeing this, which is not so different than the gross thing I was looking at. But Tallcat has noted that one of these digits is 9, so they're not a 1-8 pair. And so that means these are a 1-8 pair. There's no choice because, again, the 1 and the 8 either both go here or they both go here because of the weird way that region sum lines work. Basically, as soon as there's a 1 or 8 here, that 1 or 8 joins this digit, creates a pair of digits, and so then the third thing has to be the same. I feel like I'm not articulating this well. Basically, you can cancel the like digits here is the point. So these are a 1-8, and we have heartbreaking roping. Okay. Let's see. So then we do get the 2-4 thing that I mentioned before, which is that these are a 2-4 pair now because of the fact that I need to actually put 2 and 4 into this box. And Sven has seen which way that works out. So actually that is a 4, a 2, and a 9. Someone was saying something about a row 6, column 3 thing. Oh, if this was 4, it would have created a checkerboard. I see. That is better. That is much nicer. If only someone had pointed that out at the time. Let's see. These are a 3 and a 2, just by Sudoku. Let's see. That being a 2 does mean this is yellow and this is yellow. That is purple and that's purple. That's yellow. In this case, I didn't say it was annoying. I said it was gross. Those are different words. Let's see. This is yellow because that's how region sum lines work. So these are a yellow-purple pair, something checkerboards. It's still not going to work. Oh, I'm being told that this is knowable. So that's a 3. Let's see. This purple has to get out. Tallcat and Emma point out, which makes this yellow. Which makes that purple, which makes that yellow, which makes that yellow. And so now this is purple, because if it was yellow, I would get a 2x2. So my purple makes it at least that far. So this number can be a 3, a 4, or some enormous number. These two are the same color. This is a 2. Thank you. These two are the same number. I guess I could do a little Sudoku about that. This is a 3. Tallcat with the hidden 6-9 pair in box 5 spot. Very nice. Where 6 and 9, basically, I guess the nicer way to do this is just to ask where 9 goes in box 5 and say it goes there, and then ask where 6 goes in box 5 and say it goes there. And maybe that seems a little more motivated than the just raw, naked, random, hidden single spot. But I love a good random hidden pair as much as the next letter. Let's see. These are 3, 5, 7, 8. I guess all I'm saying is one of these is 5. This number is 1 or 3, right? This number is 1 or 3, and so Garian's point is it's not 1 because I can already see that it's 3. And so that is a 3 and a 9, which makes that a 3. Making those my 5, 7, 8, which looks over and makes that a 1 and an 8. So a 9. These are a pair of something and something. They're a 1, 7 pair. Let's see. So yeah, if this is purple, it could be a 5. Oh, wow, good spot from Laura. Where's 9 in row 8? It's not here. It's not there because it can't go there by Sudoku. It's not there or there. It's not there by Sudoku either. It's not equal to 2 or 6, and it's not equal to 1, 5, or 8, so the 9 is actually placed, making that a 7, making that a 4, making that a 1, 7, 1, 7, 1. And now we can finish that this is purple because of Laura's point. And I'm pretty sure if this is purple, this number is too big, right? Because if this is purple... Oh, no, if this is purple, this just becomes an 8. So this is a 5 or an 8, I guess, is the upshot of all of this. This yellow, though, actually does it, Jim points out, by connectivity. So this is a 5. So we get that. And so now our coloring is done. And so I should be able to fill in all the boxes now. So that is a 4. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a 7 going there, making that an 8, a 1, a 7, a 4, 5, 7, 2, 5. And I think we can hit mark for the rest. 1, 8, 6, 5, 8, 1, 4, 2, 9, 5, 3, 8, 6, 3, and 2. Lovely construction there. Quite a nice use of this rule. And actually, I was thinking the rule is going to make the yin-yang puzzle super easy, but there is still a healthy amount of sort of yin-yang-y deductions based on that sort of floating around. Nice combination of all sort of 3 rule sets here, I thought. I did, like, a long time ago, spend a long time trying to set a, like, region sum lines puzzle, except instead of the region sum lines being about regions, they were about yin-yang. And so you had to sort of say, like, the sum of the purple digits on every region sum line is equal to the sum of the yellow digits. But I could never quite figure out how to make it not horrendously grindy or obvious in a way that... I made it. But yeah, very nice puzzle with lots of neat logic. And it seemed like a pretty wide open solve path, which can be a lot of fun. Particularly wide open solve paths are very nice for solo solvers. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back and we're going to test Alligator. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. So as mentioned, last time we set this puzzle, or not last time, 2 times ago, we set this puzzle, and I have not tested it yet, and I have completely forgotten everything about it. But it is named Alligator, which someone in chat suggested. I don't remember who, but it is like the perfect title because every clue looks like a greater than, less than sign. And at least if, like me, you in the first grade had a teacher tell you that the greater than sign is an alligator that always eats the bigger number, then you're used to thinking of these things as alligators. And also, the puzzle is about greater than and less than things, so it's like the perfect title on multiple levels. Indeed, that is what the circles are. The circles indicate that cell is either the biggest digit it touches, either bigger than every digit it touches orthogonally, or smaller than every digit it touches orthogonally. In the UK, you call them crocodiles. I see. Are there crocodiles in the UK? So that is what we have. By the way, these green lines, I definitely will label this. I think I'm probably going to make this when I actually publish this. If I actually publish this, I'm probably going to do it in Sudoku Maker. German Whispers, sorry. GW stands for German Whispers. These over here are the modular lines, but yeah, I'm going to remake this so I can label them all, but Jacaré? Wait, is J isn't J in Portuguese, is it? Is it H? I'm not sure. I am cursed to pronounce everything as though it was French. Okay, so the sort of natural starting point, given it's a zetamath puzzle, is box 1, I suppose. Oh, the gold lines are Nabner's, and I didn't even mention them in the rules. That's probably not great. But also, it annoys Scorp horribly when I omit a rule in my rule description, which I admit, being the slightly petty Zeta that I am, sometimes makes me want to do it anyway. But I probably should actually name all the rules. In the LMD page, I actually spell it what the rules are, which I know some people have. There's some debate about whether like it is better to spell out all the names in the short link or in the long link. I like spelling out all the rules in the long link, and having abbreviated rules in the short link is the combination that I have. Although, of course, there's not a long link yet because there's not an LMD page yet. Okay, so first things first is that this entropic line has a 1, 2, 3 and a 7, 8, 9 on it. So if this is a min, it's smaller than a 1, 2, 3, which means it's a 1 or a 2. And if it's a max, then it's bigger than a 7, 8, 9, so it's an 8 or a 9. Let's see. Does this really work if it's 1? Funnily enough, I remember asking that question, but I don't even remember the thing. Oh, right. We have the same exact pattern over here, right? This is also, well, it's not the same exact pattern, but the same deduction holds. Oops. That this is also a 1, 2, 8, 9. 2, 8, 9. And so we have that as well. Okay, and okay, so I don't immediately see why it breaks if this is 1, 2, 3. I don't think. So we don't have any other circles by length 3. Things. Okay, so I think the thing to note is if this is 1, 2, 3, it means it needs to overlap with the entropic line. Because if it is 1, 2, 3, that digit needs to go there because we need a 1, 2, 3 on the entropic line. Oh, and if this is a 2, 3, okay, there we go. That's the thing. If this is a 2, say, then I'm not allowed to put a 1 on the entropic line anyway. And so the point is this digit always has to go on the entropic line. Because whether this is a 1 or a 2, then I need a 1, 2, 3 on the entropic line, and the only place I can possibly get it is here from this. So basically, again, if this is a 1, then this is literally a 1, 2, 3, so that digit goes there. If this is a 2, then my digit on my entropic line that's a 1, 2, 3 is in fact a 3, and so the point is that both of these need a 3. Okay, and so this in fact goes here for sure. When I publish the final version, Josh, they will be labeled. I for a while now, I have always in my Zeta's Technicolor Dreamcoat puzzles, I have tended to put labels for everything, basically. I like the labels, but I think I'm going to try doing them in Sudoku Maker this time, so that I don't get a million comments about the slight white overlap between the lines and the other thing when I actually go to make it. But then the lines will all be the same thickness, which someone else will complain about. But I try to make the world as good a place as I can. So that means this digit is extreme, right? So I think this digit is a 2, 3 or a 7, 8, right? So if this is a 1, then this can be a 2 or a 3. And if this is a 2, then this digit's definitely a 3. So I think this digit's always a 2, 3, 7, 8. Yeah, anytime you use both German whispers and modular lines, you kind of have to think about that piece, yeah. Okay, so that gives us that 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, do we have a similar thing happening over here? Okay, so it's still true that if this is 1, 2, 3, or sorry, if this line is 1, 2, 3, then of course that digit needs to go on this Renbon. And if this is a 2, then we still need a 3 on both of these. So actually the same argument, even though the geometry is slightly different, the same argument actually tells us that this is also a 2, 3, 7, 8. I believe. And it's the same 2, 3, 7, 8 that was over there. Okay, so... Oh, I guess this can be lots of things, I think, as it currently sits. So does that mean the lines have opposite polarity? That is a very reasonable question. I'm not sure I'm yet convinced of that. I will say it pays when you're a setter to have a really terrible memory. Because I think one of the easiest things to do when you're testing your puzzle is to not really go over your logic again. But if you don't remember even the slightest bit of the logic, then you don't run as much of a risk of that. Let's see. Yeah, these right. That's the point, is that all of these are the same. So because this this Renbon doesn't have a 5 on it. They're either all German whispers high or all German whispers low. And so basically, if I use this to mean German whispers high or low, and I make this the opposite, German whispers high or low, maybe purple is not great. I don't remember if we colored when we set this, but I'll maybe try green. Then this is, I don't think green is great contrast with yellow. Maybe we'll do blue. We'll do that. So yeah, so they can't be the same high-lowity because these are only from sort of the 1, 2, 3 class. Maybe I should actually color this by, maybe I should color this by entropic class instead of by German whispers class. So color it as 1, 2, 3s, because these are 1, 2, 3s, and they're the same color. I'll still make that yellow, and these are 1, 2, 3s, and they're the same color. So we can make that, we'll say, red looks terrible. Did I just not color this last time? I don't remember. Orange? That looks terrible. I don't know. There might not be a second color. But the point is there aren't 3 1, 2, 3s of the same color. Anyway, that is definitely yellow. Over here. And these are all the same color for sure. I'm going to make them gray, I suppose. So the last, maybe the pale blue. Maybe the pale blue. I kind of like the pale blue. Yeah, that works. Okay. So where is the other pale blue in column 2? It's definitely on here. And likewise, the other... Oh, that's... Sorry, it doesn't work the other way. But the other pale blue is definitely here. So this digit is not pale blue. This digit is a 4, 5, 6, right? Because there is a pale blue in one of these cells. Oh, and by 4, 5, 6, I really mean this is a 4, 6. Because it's not a 5, spoiler. 5 would be problematic to make happen. So we've got that. This I'm not sure whether it's a 4, 6 or not. Let's see. I know neither of these are light blue. Yeah, right. This digit now, the point is, it now can't be middly either, because it's sitting between, Emma points out, a low and a high. And so by virtue of the fact that it's sitting between a low and a high, it either needs to be lower than a low or higher than a high. And so it's a 1, 2, 8, 9. But we know it's not blue. It's a yellow 1, 2, 8, 9. Because of the fact that the last blue one is over there. So this is the yellow 1, 2, 8, 9. And so that means these are the 2 yellow 1, 2, 8, 9s, which means this is not a 2 or an 8. This is the yellow 3, 7. Okay, and so we've got all the yellows and all the blues in this column virtually. That means this digit is middling. So this is a 4, 5, 6 by looking at that. And so this digit, therefore, is yellow because we need a yellow on here. Now, can I color the middle ones yellow? Green for middle? Yeah, let's try green for middle. We'll see. It'll look a little weird on top of some of the greener lines, but maybe we'll make it work. Okay, we do need the 5s to be green. That's true. That is a very, very good argument. Okay, so this is definitely a 3, 7. So this is also definitely a 3, 7. Okay, and so this is either the last yellow, or it is... other thing. Oh, Dorlier points out this can't be a 1-9 anymore because we know there's a 4-6 on this Renbon, which is a good point. And so then as soon as you get that that's a 2-8, then you know that this is the 3-7. So actually these digits are a 3-7 pair, which does mean there's no 3 on this black dot. So this is a 1, 2, 4, 8 flavor black dot. And this definitely can't be a 1 because it would put a 2 in both of these. Let's see. Okay. Wait, if this is a 2, I need to do 1 and 4, right? Let's see. Right. The point is this isn't a 1. Right. I was trying to make this not a 1, but that's not the point. The point is this isn't a 1. Because if this is a 1, then it's certainly 1, 2, 3, except there's already a 3 in the box. So that means there's definitely a 4 living on this dot somewhere. If that's the 4, then this is a 5. For what it's worth. This digit's definitely odd for what it's worth. So it's 1, 5, or 9. Oh, this can't be 2 because of the circle. Because if this is a 2, then it's... Wait, if this is a 2, then can't we just have everything be bigger than it? Oh, right. Sorry. These have to go in the same direction. That's the point. Right. Sorry. This is in a circle, so just look at the 2 dots, right? If this is a 2, then these things would have to both be bigger because they can't both be smaller. And 5 and 9 are, spoiler, not bigger than 2. Okay, so this is not a 2. And if this is an 8, they both have to be smaller because they can't both be bigger, except then this one would have to be a 1 or a 5, neither of which is an option either. So in fact, this digit is a 4. And we can bring out Zach for the 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that does indeed make this a 5. Because it's consecutive with 4 and it's not 3 or 7. These are both middle, by the way, so they can be green. Since this is bigger, this also needs to be bigger, so this is an 8. Because they need to both be bigger. And so now this is bigger, and so it's a 9. Because of the, once one thing is bigger, they all need to be bigger. And so that makes yellow high. And so that is an 8, I want to say, because it's yellow and it's not a 9 or a 7. And so this is a 2, with, of course, this is a 3. That's a 3. Okay, so this is yellow at the end of the day. This is a 7, 8, 9. It's not an 8. Okay, we were lucky that blue is low. Okay, and so these are, I don't believe you that they're only 2 and 6. What else am I missing? Oh, and 1. There's no 1s in the puzzle yet. Let's see. This digit is always 6 or 9. Oh, we also can solve, Dorlier points out, we can solve that this is a 4. By magic. Okay. The 1 is certainly over here. So the 1 is the low digit on this. For what it's worth. I guess that's maybe not super profound or surprising, but whatever. We'll make do with it. If this digit is high, it's a 9. If it's low, I'm not quite sure. Okay, this digit here is bigger than 4, and it's not a 5 because of the Nabner. So this is a 6, 7, or 8 are my only options. Let's see. Is this circle interesting? Presumably. Oh, not 6. Sorry, I was trying specifically to keep into account the Nabner, and then I got confused. Well, I did keep into account half the Nabner, but not the other half. So yeah, so this is a 7 or an 8. Okay, do I know something interesting about any of these digits? If this isn't a 9, it's pretty small, I suppose. If this digit is high, I think it has to be a 9. I don't think it has any other choices. I do know the other digit up here is a 5, 6, if I want to mark that. Oh, right. Sorry. I am completely blanking on the fact that there is a circle here. Right. This is smaller than 8. And it's not a 6 because of the shape of the thing. So this is low. It's a 1, 2, 3. It can't be a 4 for multiple reasons. Which makes these cells be from 7, 8, 9 with a 6 thrown in for fun. Oh, and it's not 1 because we have a 1 looking up at it. So these, in fact, aren't 6. That's true. These are genuinely not 6. So they are yellow digits, which gives me a yellow triple in the column, actually. And that yellow triple in the column, well, A tells me that one of these digits is 9, and B tells me that these are low. And not 3, apparently. These are low, and so this is high. German whispers high, at least. This digit now being at most 6 is interesting. Because it's definitely smaller than that. Oh, right. This digit is smaller than this one is the point. And so because this digit is smaller than this one, this digit can't possibly be a 9, right? This needs everything near it to be smaller, not everything near it to be bigger, because there just isn't anything bigger I could put in either of these cells, no matter what this is. So this is a 6, which is the last green digit, making those a 1, 5 pair. And so this digit is at least a 3, and at most a 6. So these digits are, just for the record, they're at most 5. Oh, that 1, 5 pair does sort out that this is a 6, Laura points out. Let's see. So let's see. This number here, by the way, these numbers, just to fill it in, these numbers C, 7, 8, and 9. So I'm just going to write in that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just for the sake of it, because that gives us a lot of numbers that are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right. This number is seen by the 7, 8, 9 triple, so I should look at it. And so it's not 7, 8, or 9. So this is only 1, 2, 3, and it's not 2 either. This is only 1 or 3. Interesting. Yeah, if I put a 1 on the Renbon, this region sum line now sums to way too much. can just get away with 2, 3, 4 on the Renbon, perhaps. Yeah, this can't be a 6, of course, because these would both be 1. That's not how German whispers work. Or that is how German whispers work. I guess it's all a matter of perspective. Let's see. So this is a 1 or a 3. I do know one of these is a 5, I suppose. Actually, I think I know that these are a 5-8 pair. Because I need to put both 5 and 8 in this box, and so those are the remaining places to put them. So that means I know what these digits are, I suppose. They're not 1, 2, 3. One of them is a 4. They're not 5, 6, 7, or 8. So these are a 4, 9 pair, is I suppose what is happening. So I guess we got a Zackwing on 9s in the row that says there's a 9 over here somewhere. And so I guess this is the other 2, 3. Yeah, this is the other 2, 3. I just didn't notice. But I did have that was the other 2, 3 because of the hidden pair that Tallcat would have seen. Okay. Okay, this number is definitely bigger than that one, so I can at least say that this is at least 4. And it's not 7 or 8. Oh, right. Yeah, so this number is smaller than this one, or I guess put a different way. Yeah, if this is a 3 or 4, as Emma says, then this number is certainly smaller than 3 or 4, neither of which is good for my column because I've got so many low digits over here. So this can't be a 3 or a 4. This has to be green. Did I say something wrong, Emma? What did I say? How did I pencil mark this cell? What on earth was I thinking? I don't know. I think I imagined a circle or something that, well, I don't know. No idea. Yeah, I think I hallucinated a non-existent circle is I think what happened. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, the point that Dorlier and Garian are pointing out is I actually know the 1 in this box is in one of these cells because I know there's not a 1 on the Renbon. And so one of these is a 1, and if one of these cells is a 1, that means this digit's definitely big and not small. And if it's big, that means it needs to be a 5 or a 6 because it needs things that are smaller than it. So this is not a 2, 3, or 4. It's a 5 or a 6, making it green as well, and making these numbers all not 6. So these numbers are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is a 5 or a 6. Now, I can only go at most as high as 7. Okay, so I guess there definitely has to be a 5 on this Renbon is the point, right? If there's not a 5 on this Renbon, then it's going to be 6, 7, 8, and that doesn't work. And so that actually forces these to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. And now the 5 has to be on the Renbon just by Sudoku. And so now the Renbon is certainly 5, 6, 7, which actually means that these are an 8, 9 pair, which seems to point down and make this a 7. And is, I think, what has happened. Unfortunate that these worked out to be an 8-9 pair. I was thinking that one of them was going to be a 7 so that I could resolve this. Okay. That is true. We do now have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the column. And so this other digit here is only 5, 6. I guess I could mark this in my blue color. Okay, this is also assuredly bigger than all of its friends. I'm amazed how little I remember about this. All I'll say that I remember not being particularly happy with it, and I certainly feel much happier with it now than I did then. Okay, so this is definitely a max. So this is definitely a min for what it's worth. Okay, so this is a min, so this digit is actually a little bit restricted because both of these digits need to be bigger than it, and the 7 and 8 are gone. So this can't be as big as a 6, and it can't even be as big as a 5 because then the 6 will be gone. So this is actually, oh, I see. And so this Nabner is actually only from digits that are at least 5. So actually that forces that this is a 5. And this is a 7, and these are a 1, 3 pair, actually, just because of how the numbers happen to work out. We agree with that, right? I didn't cheat. I don't think I cheated, but you never know with zetas. Okay, so you are not a 1 anymore. You have become a 6 and a 5. Okay, oh, this is high. I can mark. I was trying to decide if this could really be a 4 because it would be interesting for the column. Oh, these are low, right? And maybe more importantly, they're a 1, 3 pair. So this digit is bigger than 3. Let's see. These are modular lines, not German whispers. Screaming Ice Cube, unfortunately. I promise in the published version they'll look more like modular lines. When I set this for testing, it was not... let's see, some line is the minimum of 4. Yeah, this is certainly a minimum of 4. 4 or 5. It can't be 6 or 7, and it could be 8 or 9, I guess, are my options. These are opposites. Yeah, 4 would, I guess, just immediately break that cell. 5 would certainly give me a quadruple in the box. So this would be a 1, 3 if this was a 5. Let's see. Oh, right. Row 7 has a surprise quad. Ron points out. So yeah, there's a 5, 7, 8, 9 quad. So these are from 1, 3, 4, 6 only. Oh, and I know that one of these two is 7. I don't think knowing that one of these two is 7 is very helpful. Let's see. I don't understand what's happening with these yet. See, I do know there's a 7 over here somewhere. I guess just by Sudoku. Let's see. Are there any other interesting Sudoku bits? Oh, this is green. I'm willing to say that. There's also a 6 over here. Laura points out. 5, 5. Being told 5 here doesn't work. I'm not sure I see why. This would have to be 2, 3. Yeah, that would have to be a 2. Let's see. Okay, so maybe this will look better if I pencil mark this. Because I certainly don't like the argument being given at the moment. So this is either a 2, or if it's not a 2, I guess it's only ever 2, 5, or 8. Okay, so it doesn't have a whole lot of options. And I think that's going to make it nicer, because now if I notice, okay, now I think it's not bad. Once you realize this is only 2, 5, 8, then I think it's not so bad to see, okay, well, this can't be 5 because that just can't be 3. So I think that works. So that makes that a 5, which makes that an 8. Okay. So this is an 8 or a 9. One of these, yeah, I guess one of these is an 8 or a 9, because that's not a 7, 8, 9. So this digit at the very least isn't yellow. And so I can certainly mark that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's not 4 or 6. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 5 only. Garian points out that means this digit is small relative to that. So this can't be a 6 anymore, because that digit needs to be bigger. This can't be a 1 anymore. Oh, and it's not 1 or 3 by the column, right? Because we've got a 1, 3 pair in the column. So this is only 2 or 5. Which is good. I do know one of these two cells is 6, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's interesting. The 4 in column 6 is definitely on here. That's very cute. So yeah, the 4 in column 6, you can just look, is on here. So that can't be 4. It has to be low. And so these aren't 3 or 1 for that matter. That's only a 4 or a 6. And so neither of these is low. These are a middle. So where's the 2 in this column is now? Oh, not quite. The 2 in the column is in one of those two places, I suppose. Oh, this can't be an 8 anymore, right? Yeah, this can't be an 8 anymore because of the fact that we've got a 7, a yellow, and another yellow here. So we've already got all the 8s. So this is only a 2 or a 5. This cell sees a 4-6 pair in a ridiculous way. This is definitely bigger than everything around it, for whatever it's worth. That's right, these are green. It's 1, 2, or 7, 8, 9. Dark green lines are modular, so they have 1, 1, 4, 7, 1, 2, 5, 8, and 1, 3, 6, 9. This is a 2-5 pair at some point. And so by virtue of that being a 2-5 pair, I actually know, I guess this is an 8, 9. Oh, right. It's an 8, 9, and a 4. Okay, I guess I think I kind of already knew that. I'm being told this is only from 4 or 6. How much case checking is there for me to convince myself of that is the question. 8 and 2 would be 6. 9 and 2 would be 7, but that doesn't work. 8 and 5 would be 3, but that doesn't work. Yeah, it's reasonable. And 9 and 5 would be 4. So this is only 4 or 6. Okay, so it's 4 cases. Because you have 2 choices here times 2 choices here. You have to work out all of them. But you can verify that some of them do not work. So it's green for whatever that is worth. Let's see. It's like right on the edge of what I would consider acceptable, but I think it's this side of the edge to fill in that. Coloring is the priority. I definitely have to entropically color this. This is a 1 and a 7, 9. Right. This circle is big. Right, that's the point. Martin has it. This circle is small, so this circle is big, and so this cell is never a 9. This cell can only possibly be a 4 or an 8. If that is an 8, that has to be a 9. For what it is worth. Boy, I really thought that was going to do something. Well, it does mean that one of these is... Oh, okay, it does do something. There we go. It does a lot, actually. Because it shoves 9 down into one of these cells, which removes it from that cell, which now removes 4 from these, which then goes up here and places a 3 and a 4 in this column. I actually remember setting that now. That was very deliberately set up specifically to rule 9 out of there. So this is now a 2 and a 6, or gray and mystery color. Take your pick. So that's now a 4, which means that's a 9 and a 5. And an 8, and a 4, and a 7, and an 8. Okay, well, that did a lot. And a 5, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2, and a 1. Okay, so we've got some coloring to do. that did, in fact, collapse basically everything. Sorry, that's a 1. Let's see. That is a high. That is a middle. That is a middle. That is a high, and it's a 9. This is now low. That 8 means this is a 9 because this is a big circle. And so now I have to make sure these two numbers stay less than 9. Let's see, that is not a 9. Let's see, this is not a 2 or a 4, of course, so this is a blue. Let's see, these are, let me mark up these. 1, 3, 9. Okay, so this is just a naked 7, it would seem, along with a naked 6. Okay, well, this cell's never a 1. I can say that, because if it were a 1, it would certainly break the circle, because it would make the 1 next to a 3, but the 3 can't be big in that universe. Oh, and now this can't be a 3. Now that just means that that's a 1-3 pair, right? Oh, that's just always been a 1-3 pair. Never mind. I was doing something that was more ornate than was strictly necessary in order to argue about why that had to be. Okay, well, moving merrily along. Okay, so we can maybe mark up these cells. Oops. And so the point here is this cell can't actually be a 6. This is like one of the other like handful of steps of this I actually remember, because one of these two cells is a 6, and in neither instance can this be a 6. And so if you just want to see that, if this is a 6, it sees it directly. If this is a 6, well, this can't be the same modularity class, so it can't be equal either. So this is a 1 or a 7, which now means this can't be a 4, it's a 6. So that's a 4. And so now that means this is a 3, 6, or 9, and of those, the only available option seems to be 3. Sorry, not 3, 6, or 9. 2, 5, or 8. I said the wrong class. 2, 5, or 8. Of which 2 and 8 remain. Let's see, that 1-7 pair actually places a 6 over here, which seems to have made this a 1-2. Let's see. This is not a 4. That's not a 4. That seems not to be a 6 anymore. Oh, this is only 2, 3, 4. That's a little dangerous. Okay. This is not 1, 4, or 7. And so that means that one of these two is 4. Because I need a 1, 4, 7 on this line, and it's not a 1, 7, it's a 4. And so the 4 actually can only go there. Which then places my next low there. And that's actually a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row, placing my 5 there. So we end up with that. 4 is placed here just by good old-fashioned Sudoku. Yes, the modular lines, I think, were... I think D'Orlear was really fighting for modular lines for a while because this cell was 258, just au naturel, and it never worked that any of the modular lines there did quite what we wanted. But then D'Orlear definitely found exactly the right modular lines to go over here. That makes that 9, and that 4... which makes that 8, and that 9. Okay, so these are 3, 8. Oh, this is, of course, not 1. Let's see. Oh, right. This just can't be a 3 anymore, because if this is a 3, it makes that a 2, which doesn't work. Good point. Okay, so this is a 1, and that's a 3, which is, I think, going to do this. 3. Yeah, I like the sort of potpourri style puzzle a lot. Patrick mentions. Yeah, I do tend to like it. We don't see a lot of them. I think in part because Cracking the Cryptic doesn't, or Cracking the Cryptic has said a few times they don't like them. And I think that makes setters stay away from it, because I think, and to be clear, this is said with no shade, I think a lot of people, when they're setting, are mostly setting to get their puzzles on Cracking the Cryptic. Okay, so we've got that. So that's a 7. Let's see. So those are a 3, 9. Okay, and so now we look at this 2, 8. Let's see. That is a 2, 8 pair. That would be the point. I was trying to do something fancy to like rule out some pair, but it's not fancy. It's just a 2, 8 pair. And so that makes that a 6. That is not the right color for a 6, though. Let's make the 6 the correct color. Okay, and so now that tells me that that needs to be a 3 in order to... no, not a 3, an 8 in order to make this work. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly very difficult when you're starting out to see a puzzle that has 6,000 lines in it. Yeah, maybe the 6, that particular 6 identifies as high is always a possibility. We should allow the digits their freedom of expression. Okay, so this is an 8, which is yellow. It's an Australian 6. This is a 5. This is a 9. This is a 3. So that's a 1, making that a yellow and a blue. This is a 9. In fact, that's also a yellow, just by counting where the yellows go in the column. I didn't notice we had this full Neapolitan box at the end of last time. Okay, I'm much happier with this than I remember being at the time. It definitely felt like the circles. So here's the thing that often happens when you're setting. It feels like at least it happens to me a lot, that I put clues in and I feel like they're overly blunt, like that the deduction from them is kind of boring or whatever. But then when you actually go to solve it, once you've forgotten the basics of it or whatever, then it suddenly, like, things feel an order of magnitude more clever when you're solving than when you're setting, is I think what happens. Yeah, definitely the puzzle sort of proceeded from left to right in a very predictable fashion. But yeah, I think I will make a pretty version of this in Sudoku Maker and try and get it published to LMD. I haven't put up an old Zetamath and Friends puzzle in a little bit. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break and I'll be back with more puzzle fun. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's have a look at this Renbon Thermo puzzle by OK Lux. At least I think that's what those letters say. I think I've probably sufficiently made fun of Sven for this font that is completely illegible, but still, it's still completely illegible. So we have here Renbon. So these need to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. We have V's, where the digits sum to 5. Well, I should say, when I said we have V's, what I really mean is we have V. And we also have this thermo and a few other thermos scattered throughout, where the digit in the bulb is the smallest, and then they go up as you make your way up to the tip. Okay. So we have our usual length 5 Renbon. I guess I should also probably mark that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so probably the most, Tristan will post one in the chat in a second. The most common thing to say is, okay, well, a Renbon of length 5 has to have a 5. So in particular, these two digits can't be 5. And likewise, this one can't be 5 either. So like none of these are 5, for example, just to mark it. And so therefore, one of these in this column has to be 5, and one of these two is also 5. And we can do exactly the same deduction over here to say none of these are 5, and so one of these is 5. And then we have Zach-winged our way into box 5 with a 5 to say that one of these cells is 5. Okay, I don't know if that does a lot, but I do agree that this can't have a 1 on it because of the V. I don't know if I want to pencil mark it, but I agree with... I had noted that as well, and I agree with... I agree there. Okay, one of these Renbon is extreme, because if I ask where the 1 and 9 go in column 2, only one of them can go here, at most. I suspect I probably am trying to prove that these are both 1, 9, but I'm not quite sure. But certainly the 1 in the column can't go on here because of the V. But yeah, so the 1 and the 9 in this column seems to be very relevant. Oh, Garion has the math for it. This digit isn't on either Renbon. Well, then it had better be a 1 or a 9, because what else is it going to be? Like, let's say it was a 3. Then I'd be saying there's not a 3 on either Renbon, but there is somehow a 1 and a 2, because this is the only digit that's on neither Renbon. And so if this is anything but a 1 or a 9, then we've got humongous problems. And so in particular, that actually is pretty nice, because it now forces these to be a 1-9 pair over here in this box, because we sort of scoot our way into this box. 5, 6, 7, 8. So if this is the 5 or this is the 5, it's very forcing because of that 1-9 pair. Okay. This 1-9, by the way, is also on one of these Renbon, and this 1-9 is on one of these Renbon. Let's see. This digit is at least a 5. It's at least a 6, actually. Because if you look at the column, I have 2, 1, 2, 3, 4... I guess I should say I have 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. And so I can have 2 more 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s, and then this digit's always a 6, 7, 8, 9. And that feels worth marking. Uh, now, one of these 1, 2, 3, 4s, I guess it's not necessarily true. I was going to say one of these has to show up on here, but that's not necessarily true. Okay, yeah. So if you do good lift this, Patrick points out this has to be from 2, 3, 4. Because sorry, this has to be from 2, 3, 4 because the biggest this can be is 8, 7, 6, and then this can't be a 5 because of the row, so this is only 2, 3, 4. And likewise, this is at least 2, 3, 4, 5, and so this is a 6, 7, 8 by the same logic. Let's see. Can this Renbon really have a 2 on it, I guess, is my next natural question to ask. I think so. I think it can. Row 5, column 3. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we can play the where does this digit go in box 5 game. So this digit doesn't repeat in the row. It's not 1 or 9, and it doesn't repeat on its own thermo. So this digit goes partway along this thermo. And therefore, it can't be a 2. And therefore, this digit is smaller than it. So this digit's only a 2 or a 3. Okay, and we can play the same game the other way. Where does this digit go in the box? Not there or there, not there or there, not there. So it goes partially along this thermo, and so it cannot be an 8. And therefore, this digit is bigger than this 6, 7. So this digit is a 7, 8. And so we get to place our 5 in row 5, column 5, the classic. We'll bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I'm almost positive a 5 in row 5, column 5 is the most common combination of digit and cell for first digit in a puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so I can sort of say, okay, what is this? Let's see. So the 3 4s in there. Okay, so yeah, so this is at least 4. So this is, I think, 4 or 6, and this is 6 or 7, and likewise this is 3 or 4, and this is 4 or 6. Wait, no, I did not do that right. Somehow I did not do that right. Oh, I should just ask. Sorry, I did do it right. Where is 2 in the box? Sorry, I thought it was wrong because there was a pair that was going to resolve everything. But there is, but it's way more interesting to actually ask it the other way. Where is the 2 in this box? Can only go there. This is not partially along a thermo that starts at 3 or 4. And where is 8 in the box? Likewise, same story. Okay, and so now where is 7 in the box? Now only there, because I can't put 7 there, and if I put 7 there, it breaks. And now where is 3 in the box? And so now only there. And so now these are indeed the 4, 6 pair that I saw before and thought had to be wrong. 3, 5, 7 is an awkward string of digits to have here. Not quite what I was hoping for. Okay, so one of these two. Let's see, if this is a 4, then that's a 6, and that makes this a 3, 7. Oh, yeah, that's a good point from Emily. Actually, these are both even, and there's an even on both Renbon, so these digits are always odd. Uh, that is a very cool spot. Uh, so that means there's 3 total evens over here, I suppose. We actually have 3 odds in this column as well. Yeah, this can't be 1 or 9. If I want to actually use this can't be 1 or 9 either, because I know if it were a 1, this would be 2, 3, and that breaks. And if this were a 9, this would be 8, 7, and that breaks. So actually, this is only 3, 5, or 7. Yeah. If this is a 5, Martin points out, well, that doesn't work, because I would need to have a length 2 length 3 Renbons and a length 2 Renbon. And if you look at, if 5 splits the numbers 1 to 9 into 2 length 4 Renbon, so you can't make that work. So this is never a 5. And like if this is a 3, immediately this is a 1, 2. And if this is a 7, oh, this can't be a 7 either. Because if this is a 7, then this would have to be an 8, 9, and it can't be because there's already an 8. So I can actually rule that out as well. So I have this down to 1, 3, or 9. Now, sadly, if it's 1 or 9, it's very boring. If it's 3, this is a 1, 2. Unfortunately, in this box, yeah, this being a 7 doesn't quite work quite as well. Emma pointing out, like, a different way to see that is that there's an 8 over here by Sudoku, and so it definitely goes with a 7, which rules out the 7 from there. Okay, so I think we're obligated to do the thing I was trying to avoid doing, which is thinking about the overlapping business about these two Renbon. So this digit shows up on this Renbon. This digit shows up on this Renbon. And there aren't any other digits that can repeat because of the structure of how this looks. So there's 2 total digits that are on both Renbon. And so I have to think, if sort of start at the bottom at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I repeat the digits, then I'm going to get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if I did it the other way, then I'd end up with 5, 6, 7, 8. And so these digits are always from 4, 5, 6 is basically the upshot of all of that. Yeah, I guess Garian's way is way nicer, which is to say we know they overlap in 5, and so the other overlap has to be consecutive with 5, and so they have to be 4, 5, 6. I like Garian's way a lot better than my way. So that does give us 4, 5, 6 triples. I agree. Let's see. Yeah, so there's an... Oh. Yeah, there's an 8 over here. So I guess I know there's a 7 in this column, actually. Because the 8 here obligates a 7 over here, which obligates a 7 down here. Can I rule 7 out of this cell now? If this is a 7, I can't have a 5, but I could have something like... Oh, no, this can't be a 7. It can't be a 7. Because if it was a 7, I know there's not an 8 on this Renbon by the column, because I know the 8 is actually over here. And so if the 8 is over here, then the 7 could only go here with a 5, 6, except it can't. So there is no 7 here, which means there's a 7 here, and that means it goes with a 6, because it doesn't go with an 8. So this is a 6, 7. Very good. Oh, oops, I did cheat, didn't I? Somehow I said the 8 had to go in this column, and the 8 could have gone in this column. However, I didn't actually use the fact that the 8 had to go here when... So I cheated, I think, a little bit with this, but I think not a lot. We do still know there's a 7 over here, so we do still know there's a 7 down here. But the 8 could go over here. So 7 here would still go with the 6. If the 7 is here, we could still do 8, 9, or 6, 5, or something like that. Yeah, so if the 7 is here, then the 8 goes in this column. These could be a 7, 8 pair, though, is the irksome thing. Oh, this just can't be a 6, 7 pair, is the point. If this is a 6, 7 pair, you can't fill these two Renbon. Because if this is a 6, 7 pair, then there's a whole lot of different ways to see this, but if this is a 6, 7 pair, then these both have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in fact, actually, the 7 is placed there, is actually what happens. Another way to think about it is multiples of 3. Every length 3 Renbon needs a multiple of 3, so if I use 6 here, then that means the multiples of 3 I use on these are 3 and 9, except the one with a 9 is a big problem. Okay, so there's no 5 on this Renbon, and so therefore there needs to be an 8 on it, because otherwise I can't get to 3 digits, and that 8 does indeed push the 8 over here, and now we know where the 7 and 8 go, because if this is a 7 or an 8, then it doesn't work, is the point. Because if this is a 7 or an 8, well, then what does the 7 go with? It can't go with 6, 5, and the 8 is gone. What don't you understand, David? Did I do something crazy? The reason is because there is an 8 in one of these 6 cells, and whichever 8 is in one of these, wherever that 8 is, it mandates a 7. That is the answer. Okay, so the thing I just argued is that these are a 7, 8 pair, which go with a 6 or a 9 always. Okay, and so these go with an 8 or a 9 as well, so we get a 6, 8, 9. Because it's the same stuff. So these are a digit, or these are not 6, 8, or 9. So these are from 1 to 4. This can't be a 1, because if it were a 1, these would need to be 2, 3. So this is a 2 or a 4. Which means there is a 1 up here for the column, which means that these are 1, 2, and 3. Which gives me, in fact, a 1, 9 pair here in the column. Okay, so now this can't be a 2. So that has to be a 4. Because if this were a 2, I'd need a 3 in this column, and I don't have one. So I definitely have a 5 over here. And it goes either with a 6 or a... Oh, no, it just goes with a 6, right? It just goes with a 6. There's nothing else. It just goes with a 6. Which means that's a 4 and that's a 6, which by thermos means that's a 7 and that's a 3. So no 4s over here, no 6s over here. Okay, so these now need to be from 1, 2, 3 only. Oh, they need to be from 2, 3 only, actually. In fact, actually, the 2, 3 pair is just placed there by Sudoku if you want. Also, the 5, 6 pair resolved that, which maybe would have made this deduction look a little bit nicer, which makes that a 6. By the way, this is a naked something. It's a naked 1, actually, making that a 9 and a 1 and a 9. And these are a 4 and a 5 over there. And these digits are something and something. They're not 1 or 9. These are a 4, 6 pair, giving me my 4, 5, 6 triple, and making these 2 and 3, which makes that 1 and 2. Okay, and so now there is no 2. Well, I guess there's no 3 on this Renbon is another way to say it. So there's a 3 on this Renbon now just by Sudoku, so I don't have to think about anything too untoward to do that. There's a 2 and a 3 over down here somewhere, is worth probably mentioning. And so that means this digit's at least 4, I just want to mark. And it's not 4, 5, or 6. So this digit's a 7 or an 8 only, actually. Let's... Oh, it's only a 7, actually. This is just a 7. Holy cow. Okay, so let me think about this. So this digit is at least bigger than this digit. So it's at least a 2, but it's not a 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So it's at least a 7, but if it were an 8, there would be no digit for this. So actually that 7, 8 is forced, which does me this 8 and this 7. And so we've got all of that. And so now we can ask, where do the 7 and 8 go in this column? And so they now probably better go on this Renbon over here. Okay, there is a 7. I guess I should fill in. There's a 7 in one of these cells. Let's see. Okay, if this is not a 1, then it's at least a 5. Oh, no, this just can't be not a 1, right? Because this is not 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So, oh, maybe this could go 7, 8, 9. Maybe 7, 8, 9 is possible. Yeah, it can be 7, 8, 9. But this digit, assuredly, is at least a 7, 8. Yeah, this is not a 6, right? Is a worthwhile thing to point out because there's a 4, 5, 6 over there. This digit, if you look at it, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this is at least a 7 or an 8. Okay. Yeah, and David points out, so therefore this is a 1 or a 7, although maybe that is less immediately useful than other things. But who knows? It could work out to be quite handy. Let's see. Okay, so the 3 in this row goes in one of these cells. Let's see. I don't immediately see anything wrong with this being 1, 2. Oh, Nicholas pointing out, because this thermo has a 7, it definitely also has a 6, which definitely goes down here somewhere. And so we know the 1 actually in this... Oh, no, sorry. The 1 in this column could be there, right? I keep trying to think about things and then not do it. Are those easy deductions taking into account this digit that we don't know, David? Because that's the sort of thing that keeps tripping me up whenever I try to do that. Like the 9 could go there, for example, unless you know a reason why this can't be 9 or why this can't be 1. Let's see. But the 8 can go in either of these cells, which crisscrosses boxes. I do know there's a 7 on this Renbon because it has an 8 on it. And I think I know the 7 is here, is I think the thing I know. Because, again, there's not a 3 on both Renbons. And so there's not a 7 on this Renbon. So the 7 is on this Renbon. By Sudoku, it's not in those two cells or these two cells, so the 7 is here. The 8 is in one of these two cells, but I don't know which one. Let me go ahead and fill in these cells just for amusements. 4, 5, and 6, of course. Let's see. Let's see. I could fill in these quads in this row. That seems worth doing. And in this row, that also seems worth doing. Let's do that. So I know these aren't 5, 6 because there's a 5, 6 pair in the row. And I know these aren't 4, 5 because there's a 4, 5 pair in the row. Also, I know there's definitely not a 2 on this Renbon. And I know there's not an 8 on this Renbon. So I can fill in that stuff. Oh, the 7 in box 4 is placed. Oh, that's bizarre. Yeah, the 7 in box 4 is placed. Okay, Laura is exactly bang on. So this is a 6 or an 8. It's one of them. One of these two is an 8. So the 7 is now... Oh, the 7's in one of these two. Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything, does it? Right. This is not 1 by Renbon. I don't think it's 2 by Renbon either, because 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is only 8 by Renbon, because this Renbon has a 7 on it, is what I know. So that's an 8. This isn't a 9, because if this was a 9, this Renbon would have an 8 on it, and it doesn't. One of those is a 6 by... Oh, no, sorry. I don't know one of those is a 6 by Sudoku. So there's... Oh, I don't know if there's a 4 on the top Renbon, right? I know there's a 4 on this Renbon. Oh, yeah, 8 in row 3, I guess I know is in one of these cells. Oh, you're saying one of these has a 4, so this isn't a 4. Yes, I agree with that. Oh, actually, here's how you do it. This digit's a 1, 2, 3. That's the point. Oh, no, it's not. Damn it. I was thinking, oh, this digit's a 1, 2, 3, so this doesn't have a 1 on it. But that's not true, because this digit, if this digit's a 2, 3, it could be that 2, 3. Never mind. Garion points out the 9 in box 3 is in one of these two cells, which looks down at that cell, saying that's not a 9, which is pretty nice because now that's a 2-3 pair, which makes that a 1 and a 9, and a 1 and a 2. That seems significant. So this 2-3 is definitely up there for what it's worth. I don't know if it's worth a whole lot. So there is no 9 on here. Oh, I know the 1 is over here. I can repeat Garion's trick. The 1 in this box is certainly now over here, which looks up at this, which tells me that these two are the same digit, so they can be ketchuped. Which now tells me that this digit needs to go on this Renbon, but I know the 2 and the 3 are here, so actually this digit can be relished. So if I look at this, these are a 2-3 pair with ketchup and relish. And so we get that. Oh yeah, where is the 1 in column 8, asks Ron. Not on the Renbon that has an 8 on it. The 1 is there, which makes that the 4. That is nice. Okay, so that's a 4, and that's a 5, not a 6, because of how Renbons work. Okay, and so now we know the overlap is 5 and 6. So this digit is 5, 6, 7, 8, or sorry, so this Renbon is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, basically, is the point. And so these are 5, 8, 9. That one is not the 8. And these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3, 4, 6 is what is down here. That one's not a 4. And the fact that those are a 3, 4, 6 triple tells me that that is an 8, a 9, an 8, like that. Which has told me that this is a 7 and a 9 and a 1, which seems to have placed the 1 over here and the 7 over here, if I believe my pencil marks. So that is an 8 and a 9. These are a something and a something. I think one of them's a 2. They're not 4 or 6, that's for sure. These are 2 and 5. The 2, 5 looks up here, making that a 6. Or the 5, 9 looks up there, making that a 6. Take your pick. Making that a 5. We can octopus through here, making that an 8. I guess as soon as that was an 8, we kind of knew that was an 8, just by Sudoku, I suppose. Let's see. These digits, let's just go ahead and mark the rest of the digits. Oh, I didn't mark these for some reason. I actually know that these are 5, 6 just because of the way that numbers work. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are not 6. Just for the record. That is a 2, 3, 9 triple in the row, which seems to have made that a 6. Which seems to have made that a 5. And a 6. And a 5 and a 6. I probably did that in not the most elegant possible way. But I spotted a random triple, so why not go with it? 2, 4, 8. Okay, so red is 3, green is 2. That is 9, that is 3. We can decondiment, making that a 9 and a 6, and a 4 and a 1, 5 and 9, 5 and 4. Very nice. I really liked that. That was quite elegant. All the way through. And I particularly appreciated Garion's way of saying, well, we know they overlap in a 5, so the other digit they overlap in has to be a 4 or a 6. So we didn't have to think too much about the overlapping Renbon. Not that I think there's anything wrong with thinking about overlapping Renbon. It's just generally, oops, that's not what I have to check. Generally something that I find doing that. It probably has been on CTC if it's been solved 4,875 times, but I'm not actually sure. But but it was quite a lovely puzzle. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back with a Naverio candy shop puzzle. I really enjoy these puzzles, although I will say I do them just infrequently enough that I've completely forgotten everything I learned by the time I do the next one. So there's that. I know that digit's not a 5. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 5. Sorry, anyway. What we need to do is follow normal Sudoku rules. However, the candy things are each 4 standard constraints, which are white dot, black dot, X, and V. So sum to 5, sum to 10, consecutive, ratio of 2 to 1. And so we have all of those to think about. And also we have this diagonal, and that diagonal where things can't repeat. And then we have an inequality sign where we've got our alligator from earlier. Okay, so we have to decide basically which things are which and go from there. Okay, this repeated pattern is quite interesting. So the reason I mentioned 5s right away is because 5 cannot go on a black dot, a V, or an X. So 5 in this box can only go on the white dot or in that cell. And likewise, 5 in this box can only go on the white dot or that cell. So in one of these boxes, at least, there's a 5 on the white dot because I can't put them both on the diagonal. Right? And so I don't know how far I'm supposed to go down this rabbit hole, but if there's a 5 on a white dot, it goes with a 4 or a 6, which means the X isn't a 4, 6. And so maybe we can figure out what everything else has to be. So I guess, in fact, in that universe, the 9 has... Oh, no, the 9 could go in the off digit there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, 5 could be on both white dots. I don't know anything about whether 5 is on both white dots or not. Yeah, I guess we could look at what can be in row 8, column 2. Is probably a reasonable thing. And so just ask ourselves, what about all the digits? So it's a black dot digit, so it's not 5, 7, or 9. If it were a 1, it would connect to way too many things, if you look at it, because 1 would connect to 2 both across the white dot and the black dot. If you had a 2, you could connect to 1 with the white dot, 4 with the black dot, 3 with the V. Right. One of these is a V, so it's certainly not a 6 or an 8. How about that? Let's see. So assuredly, this is a 2, 3, 4. So if the V is 2, 3, let's see. If there's a 3, that would put a 6 and a 7 in the surrounding bit. And if there were a 4, then there would be a 6 and 1 and a 2 or 8 or whatever. This also has to be 1, 2, 3, 4 unless red dot is V, for what it's worth. I do know one of these two is low because one of these two is on a V, for what it's worth. Don't quite know what to make of that yet. I mean, I guess it means, yeah, it doesn't really help me a lot, I don't think. Let's see. And I can think about things like even oddness, high lowness with these various things, like so in these boxes, if I think about low digits, actually, that's a good thing. Think about low digits in these boxes. The V needs 2 of them. The X needs 1 of them. And the black dot needs 1 of them. That's all 4 low digits. So this digit is, in fact, in both cases, it's always high. Now, and the white, okay, so that means that whichever one of these is not 5, the white dot in that box is exactly 5, 6. And so, the white dot is 5, 6. The black dot then has to be 4, 8, because the black dot uses this. So we can sort of write out in the box that does not have a 5 at the center, the white dot is 5, 6. And so the black dot is 4, 8. And so the V is 2, 3. And so the... what have I not done? Oh, and so the X is 1, 9. And so the remaining digit there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The remaining digit is a 7. So actually, that tells me, I think, that this digit is a 5 or a 7 only, right? Because if I don't put the 5 here, I definitely get a 7, is what I just proved. So actually, these digits are a 5, 7 pair, is the thing that we have just concluded. Because if I've just proven, in all instances where this digit is not a 5, it is a 7 by force. by counting low digits. So in particular, this digit's not a 5 or a 7, I suppose. Oh, and there's a 5 and a 7 in these cells, is kind of interesting. So that's going to be my next trick, I think, is to consider what am I doing with the 5 and the 7. So 5 only goes in white dots, remember. So 5 doesn't go in any of the other things. So the 5 definitely isn't in the middle. The 5 is on the outside. With a 4, 6 in one of these cells. And neither 4 nor 6 go with 7, right? Actually, if I put a 7 in the middle, does that work? Are there two things I can connect with 7, given that the 5 is on the white dot? I don't think so, because the 7 goes on not the black dot, not the white dot, and not the V. So the 7 can't actually go here either. Okay, and so the 7 actually, as Emma says, the 7 only goes with an X. So there's a 3 along this diagonal, which is nice, actually, because it means this isn't a 3. And the other I know is from 4, 6, because the other is assuredly with a white dot on a 5. Okay, and so then... so the 7 always goes with 3 on the X. So we've used the X, we've used the white dot. The V's got to be a 1, 2. We've done the X. Oh, and the other's a black dot. And so one of these is a 1, 2 to go with the V. And the other is something black dottish with a 4, 6, which can be a few things, I suppose. Actually, I just don't think I can put a 6 out here. I think if I put a 6 out here, I think I'm screwed because I need to put a black dot somewhere. Right. I can't make these a 3, 6 pair, or there's no black dot anywhere. So these are, in fact, a 3, 4 pair, which is good. And so that means this is a 2. And I think that is our break-in. And so we can bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so these are 1, 3, 4, 8. I am being told for the various options. And so these digits are 5, 7, 9, and 5 again, and 6 over here. Okay, this digit sees a 5, 7 pair through the diagonal, and sees a 2 across the diagonal, and sees a 3, 4 on the diagonal. So this digit doesn't have very many things. And in particular, I don't think this can be a 1, can it? Are there really, like, so... If this was a 1, I'd have a 2 next to it from the white dot, black dot. Oh, and then a 4 and a 9. No, that's fine. 9, though, I think is going to be cursed. Because there are 2 kinds of dot 9 can't go on. So it can't be a 9. 1 dot, 2 dot, red dot, blue dot, or something. I am being encouraged to fill in what these can really be. So the black dot with the 3 or 4 goes with a 2, 6, 8. The X we know goes with a 7. The white dot we know goes with a 5 and a 4. And so the V is a 2 or a 1. And so at the very least, that tells me, I suppose, and I think this is all it tells me, is that one of these digits is a 9 along this. Uh, so uh, regrettable but true. Uh, okay. So what happens in the box where the 5 is in the center? In the box where the 5 is in the center, just to write it in, then the 9 has to go on the white dot, right? There's nothing else. And so now, so that's the white dot. Oh, 9 could be on the X, right. Sorry, there are actually a couple possibilities. Let's see. Well, we already worked out the 7 for the center, because if the 7 for so the way we got this 5-7 pair was actually by noting that if 5 isn't in the center, then everything is forced, and the force actually ends up putting 7 there. Okay. Garion has a point which I think is very worth contemplating, which is that if you look at the dots along this diagonal, there's one on each color of dot. Uh, uh, I'm trying to decide what to make of that, though. Garion wrote something, but it doesn't make sense to me. Uh, uh, Nicholas has bashed the bejesus out of this and concluded there's always a 4 next to it. Which I will avoid if possible. let's see. Can I get anything out of the way the colors are distributed between box 5 and box 3? Maybe that is worth considering. I don't know. That just seems it seems unlikely to lead good places. Okay, I think what Garion wants me to do is write out exactly what's happening in both boxes again. I don't think that's true, though, is it, Emma? So, in the box with the 5 in the center... Sorry, in the box with the 7 in the center, let's do that one. We know that the white dot is 5, 6 because of the high-low thing. And so... I'm trying to remember how this worked. This feels horrible, though. If this is requiring me to have completely written out what happens in both universes, that's horrible. That's right. The 9 needs the 1. And so now the 2 needs the 3. And so now what's left is 4, 8. Okay, so this is one of the universes. And in the other universe, there's a 5 in the center. And so... So the 9 has to go with the 8. Okay, so I think this is the point. This is the punchline of Garion's point, I think, is that the x can't be 1, 9, because if this x was also 1, 9, that's too many 1, 9s. And so now when I ask where the 9 goes in this box, now the only place it can go is with the 8. Because of the 9 on this diagonal. Is that the punchline, Garion, that you're trying to get me to understand? And so, contorting, trying to understand. Okay, so what else do we have? So the 7 has to go somewhere, and it's not with the white dot. So the 7 has to go with a 3 on an X. Oh, no, yeah, right. The 7 has to go with that, with the 3 on an X. Okay, and so we've got the 5, 7, and 9 taken care of. So now where does the 6 go? Not on the black dot anymore. So the 6 has to go... What have I not used? I've used white dot X. Wait, I've broken it because I have said the black dot can't be 3, 6. Oh, I don't have any place to put the 6, right? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm misremembering how this works. Right, these are all different. Is the point? Sorry. Right. Okay. So if the 5 is in the center, so we actually just in a roundabout way proved it's not a 1, 9, but I'm definitely not going to use that. So if the 5 is at the center, what am I doing with my life? How am I proving what happens? So So what I'm trying to figure out, AFK, I don't understand it yet. I don't feel like I know anything with a 5 at the center without like doing a really far look ahead. Let's see. The 8-9 option is, yeah, but that's a really deep, that's way too deep on the look ahead tree, Emma, for my taste. Because the reason why 8-9 breaks is because then the 7 is forced on the X, which takes the 3, and now the 6 has nowhere to go. And keep in mind, we're only in this position because we've already looked ahead so far that we've said this box has to be this. So that feels quite egregious. It's much easier to start with the V. Okay, so Garion says basically Garion wants to start by assuming the thing that doesn't work, which is assume the V is a 1-4. That forces the black dot to be 3-6. And so then the X is 2-8, and now no white dot works. It's a little backwards and still quite messy. Let's see. Globaglob says the 9 always goes with the 1 or an 8. I agree with that. If you put it with an 8, then you have an 8-9 white dot. A 6-3 black dot. I don't see... why would you therefore have a 3-6 black dot if you do an 8-9 white dot? Right, the black dot needs a high. Right, that's the point. Okay. I think I like Globaglob's way of arguing this the most of these. So if we do an 8-9, we have to do a 3-6, because remember we started this by counting high lows and noting that the black dot had to have a high on it. And so if you do that combination, the point is now you end up with something that's a problem. That there's no X that works anymore. Yeah, so now there is no X that works. So Globz doesn't use this at all. So I like Glob's proof, at least if you assume we have to prove this. I like Glob's proof that we're always using 1-9 as our X. I don't take as given that we have to prove this, but if we do, at least that proof uses the least ink and uses the least bizarre look ahead stuff. It's still quite a bit of look ahead, but the fact that this combination is broken is sort of a cute punchline to all of this. Okay, so with the 5 in the center, we know we've got a 1-9 as the X, so we've got a 2-3 as the V, so we've got a 4-8 as the black dot, and so we've got a 6-7 as the white dot. Okay, so that means along these cells, we have a 6 for sure because there's no 7. So the 6-7 pair has to go with a 6. We know there's a 1 because the 1-9 goes with a 1. Oh, right. Sorry. Did I screw this up? I did screw this up already. This is already wrong. Sorry. There is a 1, though. That I will agree with myself on. There is a 1 because it's a 1-9 in both cases. It's a 2, 3 in both cases, and so that means that there's a 2 and a 3. No, that's not true either, sorry. Because this is one of each, right? Sorry. There is a 1, though. That part was true, because there's a 1, 9 in both boxes. And so wherever the 1, 9 is, there's a 1 on here. Okay. We know there's a 3 on a diagonal somewhere. And the 3 is in 2, 3 in both places. So basically, we can't put a 2, 3 pair on this diagonal. That's horrible. It's horrible. But I agree with you. But it's also like rivals my least favorite step in a puzzle I've ever seen in my life. But I don't think that's probably the way that this is intended to be thought about. But we can use it as I at least now understand it. Because it is true that because the 2 and the 3 are both in V's and the dots are offset, we can only use 1, 2, 3, and we know we use a 3, so we don't use a 2. So basically, we can corner mark a 2 in one of these cells, and it's not in that one because of that 2. And so these aren't 2. And so the V in here is the 1, 4 V. Right. 4 is on a diagonal, and so 8 isn't either, right? Because 4, right, because the 3, 4 pair forces a 4 on one of these, and so there's not an 8. And so these are actually just resolved as 2, 8. No, not resolved, but they're a 2, 8, 9 triple, so these aren't 8. Okay, and so we can actually fill in what these are. Which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huge apologies to Naverio for what we have done to his, I'm sure, beautiful puzzle. Okay. So, got all of that. I don't think we can write. I mean, if we're this far, I don't think we can erase these yet, can we? Right. Okay, so these can't be 3, points out Garion, because the 3 goes with a 2. And so the 2 here does that. So these aren't 3. So one of these really is 3. So one of these really is 2. That might be relevant for this row. Okay, and so the V in particular is blue or red, and so one of these is the 3. These aren't the 3 either, is, I guess, also the point. So now this can't be 1, 4. And it can't be 2, 3 either. So in fact, blue can't be V at all, because of this 1, 4, 6 business down here. Because this can't be a 1, 4 pair. We've got 4 cells from 1, 4. My advice, David, is just pretend that a magical fairy came and whispered in your ear that had to be true. because the 18-part proof that we gave of it is among my least proud moments in my entire streaming history. We spent a long time making it better, but it was still really bad. Uh, uh, so yeah, so the point is, now this just absolutely can't be V, because that would work. Uh, so if blue isn't V, then now red is V. Uh, uh, and so now that means that's a 3 and that's a 2. Okay. So yes, so this is a 3, right? I agree with that. Let's see, and this is a 2-3 pair as well. Okay, so maybe we should mark all of the dots in their color. I can at least mark this dot in that color. And so this can't be a 2, so this is a 4 and a 1. Okay, I think I can get rid of these now, and chat will tell me what I missed. And so this is a 3 now. Okay. There is a 3 in one of these two cells. It's probably not that one, but who knows? Okay, so we've got the V. There's no white dot over here because the white dot was the 4 with the 5. And so the white dot is yellow. Let's see. 9, 2. Oops. Okay, so yeah, so yellow is white dot now. So this isn't a 1, owing to that. This is a 4 or a 6. So this is a 5 or a 7, funnily enough. Giving me a 5-7 pair there. This can't be a 1 now, because of that. So this cell is a 5, 7, or 9, owing to that. Yellow. This is a 1 because yellow. Oh, right. The white dot was always 5, 6, or 6, 7. I'm being told so there's always a 6 on it. So that has placed, or not quite placed, the 6 on the diagonal, but we're a lot closer to knowing where the 6 on the diagonal is. It's definitely in this box, in other words. Oh, the 6 on the diagonal is white dot? Are we sure about that? I lost my notes. Okay, we're being told the 6 was always with the white dot. I will choose to believe this. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I can't put 8 and 9 together because that would make it a white dot, and it's not. So this has to be an 8 or a 9. Because we have to have basically an 8, 9 together with a thing or a thing. So this isn't a 9 anymore because that would make this an 8 across a white dot, which would break that cell. So that's now a 5, 7 going with that 5, 7. Yeah, we could maybe more constructively start coloring 5, 7s now. Unsure. We have 1, 4, 8, 9 down here as well, and for the same reason, these can't be an 8, 9 pair, so this is always an 8, 9. Yeah, we can catch up our 5, 7s just for funsies. Let's see. Yeah, row 7 has a quad. Very good. These are not from 1, 4, 8, 9, at the very least. Not a 3, that's not a 5. This isn't a 2 because of the greater than, less than. Oh, yeah. Right, there's a 4 in this row of this box. There's nowhere else for 4. So that makes that an 8, actually, which makes that a 4. Okay, so there's no 8 over here. So now blue dot is sums to 10. So that makes that a 1, 9, which makes that a 4, 8. So green dot is black dot. Okay, so this is a 1, and that's a 9. That's a 4, and that's an 8. Okay, so now this can't be an 8 without that being a 4. So this is a 6, and that's a 3. And so that's a 2, and that's a 3. No 9, no 9. Blue was what? Blue is sums to 10, so that's a 4. One of these is a 1. Oh, yeah, 1 on this diagonal is placed, is the crazy thing. Because 1 on this diagonal can only go here. And now 8 on this diagonal is placed. It can only go there. And now this is a 9 because it's not 5 or 7. And 5, 7, and 9 are the only digits that are left. So that's a 1 and a 9. That's not a 9. That is a 5, 7 pair, which has made that a 9 and that a 6. Which has extended the coloring of the X's. Like that. Okay, so that is that. Meaning that is that. Okay, these aren't a 6 anymore. This can't be 7 anymore. Oh, I can probably fill in that this is a 7 and this is a 6. Let's see. Oh, box 3's 8 is here. I agree. Let's see, is there some random naked single floating around in here that I should find? I don't think so. I do know that these are a 5, a 7, and a 2. Oh, the 2 is placed. The 2 is there. So this is a 5, 7 with a circle. Oh, and so that's a 1. Okay, maybe there were a bunch of random naked singles if I just made the one remaining Sudoku deduction that I could. One of these is a 9, but that doesn't immediately help. Let's see, I can do additional naked singles markings. Let's see. Box 6 has a 5, 7, 8 triple. That's true, so that's a 6. These aren't 5 or 7 because there's a 5, 7 pair in the column. Okay, so that is a 3. Making those a 2, 4. Row 8 has a 5, 7 pair, right? So that's a 9. So these are not. And that one's not a 5 either. It's a 1 or a 6. That one's not a 9. This can't be a 5. There we go. This can't be a 5 because it would make that a 7, which would break that cell. So this is always a 2. 4, 2, 4. 5, 6. 1. This is a 6 because there's a 5, 7 pair looking at it. Okay, so this is the other 5, 7, as they say. Let's see. This is a 5, 7 pair, so that is an 8 and that is a 9. So this is the circly 5, 7, if I would like. I would like. So this is an 8. This is the circly 5, 7. This is the xy 5, 7. Oops. No 6. Oh, there's a 5, 7 pair in this row, so that is a 4. That is an 8, and that is a 1. That is a 3, 7 pair, so that is a 9, and that is a 2. Let's see, that is a 4. This is a 2. Let's see. This is a 1 by 5, 7 pairage. Let's see. I was trying to fill in everything but the 5, 7s first because I thought it would be more fun. But I don't think I quite can. So I think I now have to use the fact that circle sees a 3, 7 pair, so it's 5. Which is very weird. And so x is 7. And so that is a 3 and a 5 and a 7 and an 8 and a 3 and a 7. Whoo, boy. I'm curious. I suspect I will hear from Naverio about this one way or another, but I suspect Naverio had a different way of thinking about this. But yeah, we the important thing is the friends we made along the way or something for this puzzle. Yeah, I think this one we must have butchered the break-in in some way, shape, or form. Like it felt like it was going very cleanly, and then suddenly it took a sharp, weird turn. But I recall there was a previous candy puzzle where I basically like bifurcated all the possibilities for the dots in a box. And Naverio scolded me afterwards for doing too much look ahead and bifurcation, and this was 10 times more look ahead and bifurcation than that. Yeah, Naverio, the way we broke into this puzzle was to write out the entirety of what happened in box 1 and box 9, using a lot of gross stuff involving some diagonal or something. Like, I was quite happy to like write, oh, these have to be a 5-7 pair. I thought that was pretty clean. But then after we got the 5-7 pair, then things started to get off the road to where we that's when I think things started to get bad in terms of what we were arguing and how many steps. Yeah, I suspected the 5-7 pair was intended. I don't think the part after that was intended. But we eventually came up with a proof that only involved like probably sub cases and not anything beyond that in terms of depth. But it was pretty brutal. Yeah, we looked at where the 5 and 7 went in box 5. That part was nice. We liked that. That part was really natural. The part that was unnatural, I think the upshot of the part that was unnatural was that in fact you could never put a 2 in either of these diagonals if you beat to death what they were, and so you had to put a 2 on the diagonal in this box, and that resolved a bunch. But that was the part, I think, where it got a little off the rails before we got back to what sort of felt like at the point where we were using like blue couldn't be V because of how these work. Then it sort of felt like we were back on what felt like an intended path rather than I plugged this into F puzzles and it told me it was unique path, which is what the one step felt like. And so I'm guessing probably by the way it's solved, I'm guessing probably there was a slightly simpler, more elegant way to think about that step that probably got to the same place. Yeah, we definitely got that. That part wasn't bad at all, actually. We got this 3-4 pair. No complaints about getting the 3-4 pair. But if getting the 3-4 pair was supposed to be the hardest step, then we definitely did something wrong, because the 3-4 was about a tenth the difficulty of the thing we did after that. Yeah, that. Yep, we did that. That was good. Yep, we got that had to be 2. That was all fine. Maybe we were supposed to squint at this digit harder than we did, because I think that might have been where we were supposed to look rather than noticing this. Yes, that is the part we definitely did not do. We definitely did not look at box 7 and conclude that the V had to be red. Yes, that would have been the good spot that we did not engage, that we did not opt to make part of the process. Yeah. I mean, we eventually did, but I don't think we did it directly. I think we did it rather indirectly. But anyway, apologies for the butchery. Let's see. We went around the back and climbed in the fence. Yeah, definitely there was a good bit of like convincing Zeta that no, we can look just 5 more steps ahead to break it. No, just 5 more steps than that that did it. But yeah, I think probably the why is it that it breaks if you have a V that's 1-4, I think is probably the heart of the thing that we proved in a way that was disgusting. I think that ultimately, if you summarize what was the thing that we proved in an unsatisfactory way, I think the upshot of it was that you can't have a 1-4 V in either box. And then I think as soon as we took that as a given, then everything sort of went back and felt normal. But the way we proved it was something about like, oh, if you do that, then it forces this black dot, which forces this white dot, which forces this X, except that X doesn't work. Yeah, the and I think ultimately uh the that was sort of the thing that we then did. And I think it probably, if we would have realized that was the singular deduction we were going for, I think it probably would have been, or it might have been easier to prove that the V was 2-3 and not 1-4, but we proved it as part of a mega theorem, we'll say, that had a lot of other things because we didn't know exactly what the thing we were trying to prove was. Like, it's possible if we had just said, prove the V isn't 1-4, maybe that would have been a little bit cleaner. I can say I've never smoked cigarettes for any reason. Yeah, so I think the reason was, I think if we'd started with, yeah, that is what Garion said. I didn't like that because that was a little too messy. But that is how Garion put it, Naverio. But that was a little sloppy for my taste. But we sort of chased it around a lot of different ways, trying to get there. I think Blobz had the nicest argument ultimately, that sort of was one that at least didn't revolve around the 5s and 7s. But yeah, anyway, we ended up with a bit of a mess, but we got through there eventually. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and come back. Yeah, said it wasn't good enough, but then we did something worse. I think that's true. Yes, we beat to death every possible combination of universes. I am going to go take a quick break, and we'll be back. We'll solve a 6x6. See you in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We've got a 6x6, which has been in the bucket for a while. There is a pretty decent chance I've done it before, but it was long enough ago that I have forgotten. So we have our Renbon here. As usual, the Renbon need to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. I actually set a puzzle, not unlike this, for Rank's Adventure puzzles recently. The key thing here, I think, is going to be to notice that we need to have a 4 on this line. So one of these is going to be a 4. Also, one of these lines is like every non-orange digit, because one of these length 3 lines doesn't have a 4. And there's only... in fact, this line doesn't have a 4. There you go. That's the point. This line doesn't have a 4 now. So these are all the numbers less than 4. These are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Which means this digit's orange, because it sees the 1, 2, 3. Very nice. So this is a 5 or a 6, which is in fact not on this this thing. And so this does have a high digit, so it needs a 4, which goes there. For sure. Let's see. Okay. This Renbon also needs a 4 because it doesn't have this 1, 2, 3 on it, is the point. And so if it doesn't have this 1, 2, 3 on it, it means one of these two is a 4. Let's see. There certainly is a 1, 2 on here somewhere. Okay, we've got... yeah, this can't be Midley. I agree. This is from 1, 2, 5, 6, because there's definitely a 3 on here as well. Maybe I'm supposed to somehow like get thinking about 3s in here, because there's either a 3 or a 4 on this, or both. Did you mean row 3, column 4? Yeah, it doesn't have a 6. I agree with that. I guess that tells me that there's a 6 in this column, right? In one of these two cells. One of these two is 6, because the thing Garion is saying, which is... wait, notice this orange cell isn't on here. Yeah, this sees the entire length. Oh, this also... yeah, this sees the entire thing, right? Right. This cell by Sudoku is one of these two, is being pointed out, because this cell in box 3 is up there, so it's down here. So this cell we actually know is a blue cell. Right. So the length 4 Renbon definitely has a 2, so if we want, we can chip out a 2 here. Oh, yeah, and the same thing actually is true here, actually. That's a really good spot. Yeah, Ron points out the same thing actually works here. This digit goes in one of these two cells, so it goes down here. So this cell's also blue. Dot, dd, dot, d, dot. Okay. Right. These two digits are these two digits is the thing we just proved, points out Patrick. And so now we should ask, where does this digit go? Well, it has to go there, which means that this is a 1, that this is a 6, and so that's a 5. So these are a 2-3 pair, and that's a 1. These are a 2-3. These are a 4-5 and are orange. So these need to be low because of the fact that the 4 and 5 are gone. One of them's definitely a 2 for what it's worth. This digit is a 5. These digits are a 1 and a 6. So there's only 1, 4, 5 on this line, is, I guess, the upshot of this, because 4 5s look at 2 of the cells. And so that means in particular there's no 5 or 6 on it, because if there were a 5 or 6, there'd be 2 4 5s. So this number is only from 1, 2, 3, 4. And in fact, these are only also from 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one's not a 1 or a 4. And that one's not a 4. Oh, I probably could have just filled in that that's a 2, 3. That probably would have also made my life considerably easier. Okay. Okay. Oh, row 6 does have a 1-6 pair. That's good. So funnily enough, this is either a 4 or that's a 1. That is a weird combination of things to be true. But it seems to be true as far as I can tell. One of these two is a 1, also seems to be true. Yes. There we go. There's the cute spot. This cell sees this 2-3 pair. Love it. So yeah, so it sees that cell through the Renbon, that cell through Sudoku. So this just is a 4. Okay, and so these are a 2-3 pair. And so that's a 1. That's not the way you type a 1. That is a 6. Okay, so this doesn't have a 6 on it. I guess that's not too surprising. This has at most 1, 2, 3 on it. And so this digit is certainly a 3, 4, 5, or 6. That's not a 4. And so because there's an orange cell here, Patrick points out this is a 1, because the 1 in this box had to go in one of these two, but it can't go with an orange cell. So that's not a 1. Let's see. Okay. This is the other 2, 3 in this box. And so this is a 5. So this is a 4 or 6. And this is a 5 or 6. If there's a 5 on this Renbon at all, it's there. Otherwise, these are a 2. Oh, there is a 5 because there's at most 1, 2, 3. And so there's always a 5 on this Renbon, and it always goes here, regardless. Okay, and so that 5 being there means this needs to be a 4 in order to get us down to the 3. Let's see. And so now we can probably mark the rest of this. Okay, so that is orange. These are blue. That is orange. That's blue. That's orange. And that's blue. And there we go. 1, 6, 3, 2, 3, 1. Very nice. 8 of 26. I wonder why it is called 8 of 26. But yeah, I set a puzzle very similar to this, like last week sometime. Okay. Let's see. David asked, why can't row 1, column 2 be a 2 with a 3 in row 2, column 1? Because we had a 2, 3 pair in column 1 was why. Okay, let's see. While we're doing puzzles that I probably have done before, but that are older. So this was posted on October 10th of 2022 into the 6x6 channel. Go ahead and emote edit. So I won't do it a third time on stream. So we need to place the digits from 1 to 7 in each cell so that no digits repeat in any row, column, or region. No two regions are missing the same digit. Oh, that's cute. Digits may not see themselves by a knight's move. Oh, God. Digits along a line form a set of consecutive digits. So the point is this digit is missing in this box, I at least see. And digits separated by a black dot have a 1-to-2 ratio. So this digit can't repeat on the Renbon and can't show up there by knight's move. So this digit, whatever it is, it definitely shows up here as well. Just because it can't show up there by knight's move. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how to mark that this is the blueless box, but this is the blueless box. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? Okay, blue, therefore, needs to show up down here because 1 is the blueless box, right? So there is a blue over here. And so that actually places the blue up here because, again, this is the blueless box. So this is the blue. Uh-oh. Not quite. What did I do wrong? Blue can't be missing from box 4. Oh, so it has to go there. Right. So it has to go there. Blue is missing from box 1, so it can't be missing from box 4. That was the first thing we proved, is that blue is missing from box 1. So yeah, so you're right. This is the cell that has to be blue. Because you're right. This combination definitely does not work. Because it's anti-knight is the answer, David, because it can't repeat on the Renbon, can't repeat there or there, and sees those two by Sudoku. So the upshot is that is what happens, right? Sorry you're having a rough night, David. I hope you feel better tomorrow. So blue is there, and blue is there. Yep, and so now we've got all the blues. And we know that blue is not 7. It is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, so now where do we take our coloring from here? Yes. Okay, there we go. So now we say, so this cell is yellow, and it's missing from box 6. Good. Okay. And so now it's placed there in this box. It's placed in one of these two cells in this box, I suppose. It is... Isn't it in one of 2 places in box 1? Oh, it is only 1 place, though, in this box. Right, box 2, it's only 1 place. Sorry, because of this yellow seeing those 3 cells. And so in this box, it's there. And so now this is the yellow. I actually don't remember doing this puzzle before. If I have, I do not recall it. Let's see. Okay, so yellow does not show up anywhere along here. Let's see. So now this cell is not in box 5. Good point, because it sees across there and there. And so it's placed in box 4 and in box 2. I know it's in one of those 2 cells. And one of... Oh, I guess it could be like in any of those 3. Yeah, I think there's still a little flexibility for those. Close for that one. Right, you're right. This cell can't go anywhere in this box. So if I go ahead and make that green, green doesn't show up in this box. And so now we know that green shows up there. Very nice. And so green shows up there. And so now green shows up not on this length 5 Renbon at all. So that actually restricts green quite a bit, because every length 5 Renbon from 1 to 7 has every digit except 1, 2, 6, and 7 on it. Oops. Green in box 4 is placed. This is a really neat idea. I don't think I did this one before, although who knows. I have gotten very far in puzzles I have done before realizing that I have done them before, we'll say. Yes, blue is extreme on this Renbon, I agree. So now... yeah, so now orange isn't in either of those cells, so now orange is here, because this is the box that does have orange. And one of these 2 is orange, but who knows which one. Yeah, I guess I should mark this whole blue is the extreme digit of a Renbon thing. Blue is the extreme digit of a length 5 Renbon from 1 to 7. Which I noted before Ambrose told me, but I didn't think to mark it. But it does actually rule out some things. Like it rules out the possibility, for example, that blue is 4, because all of these Renbons actually contain a 4. And all of these Renbons also contain a 3. So, right? 4, 5, 6, 7 isn't enough. So I think that means blue is from 1 to 6. If Oh, blue could be 3 with green being 2. You're right. Sorry. Right. Sorry. I think my brain was just not functioning at its best. Row 5, column 6 is certainly a new color, and it doesn't appear in box 4. And so it appears there in this box, there in this box, and therefore there in this box, and therefore there in this box. Now orange is finished, because now we know that orange is here. Fantastic. Orange is here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I am so good at your Sudoku game. Let's see. Let's place it where it is seen both in the column and by knight's move. Why does row 6, column 5 have to appear in box 4? Oh, because yellow doesn't, right. So, wait, no. Wait, do we know the color that doesn't appear in box 4? Box 4 is missing red. Right, okay. Yes. Box 4 is missing red. This digit is not red, so therefore this digit appears in box 4, not in any of these cells, and is not orange, so therefore this cell is green. I agree. Okay. And therefore this cell must also appear, and so I think that makes this purple. Though I don't think I know anything more than that about purple right away. I unfortunately don't know that there is a purple in box 2, because I don't know of a box that definitely doesn't have purple yet. And I know these two are the same as well. Yeah, the last color is these two, because again, the missing thing here is red, so this isn't red. So this can be... seriously, which of these 6 colors have I... Oh, right. It's not 6 colors, it's 7 colors. We will use hunter green. Okay. Right. This one is missing green, so it's not missing purple. So purple goes there. It's not missing hunter either, so hunter goes there. This one is missing hunter, and so therefore this is purple. Thank you. Yes, I said the wrong thing. Okay, this is hunter, though. This box is missing hunter, so it needs a purple, so this is purple. Box 1 has no blue. And so this is a purple. And it has no blue, so this is a hunter. Right, this is the box with no orange. And hence it does have a purple, and it does have a hunter. Okay. Excellent. Very cute. I suppose I should probably, in principle, figure this out. Okay. So you are not... So hunter is not on a length 5 Renbon. And given that is true, it can't be 3, 4, or 3, 4, or 5. And so it's got to be from 1, 2, 6, 7. However, it's on a black dot, so it's definitely not 7. So we have that. Okay, one of these dots has to be 3, 6 for what it's worth. Because it's got there's 4 different colors on black dots. And so one of them is forced to be 3, 6. Yeah, blue can't be 1, because if blue is 1, then that's a 2, and these need to be 2. Yes, and if hunter is 1, then orange is 2, and that breaks both of those as well. Very clever. So hunter can't be 1. So hunter is 2 or 6. Which, funnily enough, forces this either way. So what is the other color that is not on this? Because the other color that's not on this is the 1-7 that's consecutive with the 2-6. Green. Okay, so funnily enough, the 2 greens are consecutive, a 1-7 and a 2-6, because this 2-6 not being on this length 5 Renbon means the 1-7 that's next to it isn't either. Okay, so this is 1-7, and so if this is a consecutive 2-6 and 1-7, that means this is a 3-4. Sorry, no, a 3-6. No, 3-5. Got there on the 13th try. Okay, so blue is a 3-5 that's also a 1-2-3-6. So blue is 3. Oops, let me fill it in correctly. Blue is 3. Purple is 6. Hunter is 2. Green is 5. This digit is a 4. So this digit is a 5. And so therefore this digit had better be 7. Super sweet. Very, very, very nice puzzle there. I enjoyed that one a lot. If I'd done it before, I'm glad that I completely wiped it from my brain. I mean, you saw earlier how much I'd forgotten in a week about how much I'd set, or about a puzzle I'd set earlier. So maybe I had done this one before. I do not know. But it was glorious either way. Well worth it. The idea here is really cool of this. Also, it's cute that there's one digit that does show up in every box. Which is, I guess, forced because you can only omit 1 digit per box, and there's 6 boxes. So there's always going to be a digit that shows up in every box. I wonder if there's some like horrible break-in that you could you could use that takes advantage of the fact that there has to be one digit that's in every box. I would not encourage this behavior, but it's sort of an interesting, like I really like this digits from 1 through 7 business with the anti-knight part, but because like anti-knight in 6x6 is just a smidge too restrictive. This sort of opens it up a little bit, and this is like a neat alternative to mean minis. Yeah, it does break the roping, which is cool. Yeah, I wonder if it would be enough if you just said each digit is missing, or each box is missing 1 digit from 1 to 7, and it's different without the anti-knight. I mean, it wouldn't be enough for this puzzle, of course, but I wonder if that would work. Time to try 9x9 of this? Yeah, I mean that seems fun. With anti-knight or with anti some other crazy chess piece that can move more than knights. I mean, I do often muse about break-ins while also thinking like this is a horrendous idea that you should probably not do. That is a frequent. That way, I get all the joy and none of the horribleness if I talk about the cute idea for the break-in that would be really bad. Well, welcome back, David. We've got time to do another 6x6. Once I find one. There we go. I have found one. I have a more Mowgli puzzle titled Pretty Sure It's Not Set that also involves Renbon. Perhaps not too surprisingly, I really like Renbon, if you have not noticed. Uh, Jay Dyer thinks it's set. 1256, yeah, that I don't know. I mean, I definitely have at times like been doing a puzzle. I was like, I don't think it's set, and then someone points out that the title is like setting the clock or something that has like the word set prominently displayed in it. Uh, that maybe means that it is in fact actually set. I mean, I know I've got some interesting coloring stuff happening in this row. I know the 3 and 4 are here. There's certainly a 3 or 4 on here and a 3 or 4 on here, but there could be... No, there can't be. There's exactly there. Okay, that's cute. If there's both 3 and 4 on this, that's the point. If there's both 3 and 4 on this, then there's both 3 and 4 on this. There's no 3s or 4s on this length 3 Renbon. And the length 3 Renbon needs a 3 or a 4. So in fact, what has actually happened here is that one of these is high and one of them is low. I guess I should make them yellow and purple because I don't know which is which. But they can't have both 3 and 4 because it would rob the other one. Basically, the point is, at minimum, there's 4 3 4s in these columns coming from counting the 2 on this and the minimum of 1 here and 1 here. But there's also a maximum of 4. So anyway, that means that those are all purple. Those are all yellow. And so we get that for free. Oh, right. This isn't a 3. I don't see how we know what these are. I do agree that there's a 3 and a 4 in here. Oh, right. Okay, yes, there we go. Okay, that's the point. We know how many of each color there are in here, which I did not sort of appreciate, but you can just count. We've used 4 yellows and 4 purples, and we need a total of 6, which means there's 2 of each on here, and there's only one Renbon that has 2 of each, which is the 2, 3, 4, 5 one, which means these are 1, 6. And so that is purple, and that is yellow, and these are the 2 5s. Of their corresponding things. Okay, thank you. And so right, these are the 3 4s. Right, these are 1 6 pairs. Very true. There's definitely a purple on here, and there's not 2 purples on here. Very nice. So there's a purple, but not 2 purples on this length 2 Renbon. I know there's a purple because if you look at these 2 cells, one of them has to end up over here. But there can't be 2, because if there were 2, it would be a 1 6 and a 3 4. And spoiler, those don't Renbon well. So this has got to be both 3 4s is the answer to how this works, which makes that the yellow 3 4. And exactly the same argument goes over here, making this 3 4, which makes these 3 4. Because again, one of these has to be yellow, but they can't both be yellow, and so forth. Okay, I admit David said this was 2, 6, or 8. And it was 2 or 6, and my immediate reaction was, why isn't it 8? But it's not 8 because this is a 6 by 6. Uh, okay, so that's 3, 4, right? These aren't 3, 4. Those are 2, 5. So these aren't 2, 5. They're 3, 4. Right, that digit we know goes there. And that digit we know goes there. So these are 2 5s. Okay, so this needs to be the other 2 5 if you look at it, because it's next to 3 4 and it's not a 3 4. So this is a 2 5, which means, ha-da-da, that this is a purple 1 6. Oops, sorry, no, not that. This is a purple 1 6. There we go. Which means that this is a purple 2 5, and therefore purple is 2. Because 5 is not as much a black dot number in 6 by 6s. And so, sorry, this is a 4, and so it's yellow is the point, which means that this is 3. And so we get yellows here for those, which means those are purples. These are yellows. And so that is yellow and purple. Let's see. Started left to right now. Okay, that's purple because that was yellow. So now that's yellow. And that's all the yellows in the column. So these are purples. And now that's all the purples in the box. So those are yellows. And now that's all the yellows in the column. So that's purple. And now that's yellow by the row. And so now I think we can say 4 6, 4 5, 6 5 4, 6 5 4 6, 5 6 5. And then let's see, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 4. Okay, and so now 1 2 3, 1 3 1 3, 2 3 1 2, 1 3 2 1, and 2. Very nice. That was also very nice. We had a nice string there of some approachable 6 by 6s, which is very nice. Alrighty, but I am going to wrap up there for the day. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Yeah, the great 6 by 6s there. I'm glad I went back and found some of the old 6 by 6s that I either have not done or have done and forgotten about. Turns out it's not set. Yeah, I think that is true. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Hearts from Zach to everyone. We all have those days, David. We all have those days. Happens to me when I'm teaching sometimes too, where I'll be teaching something that I've taught like a million times before, and suddenly I'll be completely confused by, I don't know, the chain rule or something. Alrighty, but thank you, everyone. We'll be back on Tuesday with more streams, so 2 days, same time. So if you'd like to join then, I'd love to have you. If not, I'll see you again next Sunday, I hope. Yeah, if you would like to support the stream, you could do that in a few ways, one of which is by liking the stream, which is the simplest way. If you just click the thumbs up button and the subscribe button, and if you're feeling extra adventurous and charitable, you can click the bell icon. YouTube really likes that. And then you will get notifications. But also YouTube takes the fact that someone wants notifications as a signal that someone actually cares. So It's like weirdly perverse incentives, I suppose. I mean, I hope you care, but anyway. But also, if you'd like to donate, you can do that through YouTube or through either Ko-fi or Patreon, as you prefer. We greatly appreciate all of the support that we get. Last but not least, I'll thank the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Lorena. Thank you so much. I'll see you all Tuesday. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.